You're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie.
Hello, Jennifer. How's everyone doing? I'm here to sit in my truck today and talk a lot about how I feel this country's going. Liberals, you're on thin ice, dude. Just kidding. That's what these glasses do make me feel like, though. These are the Face Jam exclusive polarized sunglasses. They are, honest to God, high quality sunglasses. Like, these cut out a lot of shit. But they do make me feel like I'm about to go on a racist ass rant. Jen, 4 months. Congratulations, gamer. Good to see you. Good to be back. Also, Vintage Spiffy, good to see you as well. We're going to give it a second. I'm going to let people sort of trickle in. I feel like it's been a minute since we've gone live, so we've got to make sure that the people know. Let's see. I've tweeted. I've put it in the Discord. Let's see. Where else do I need to put this? It's been a minute. I'm already out of touch with where these things need to go. I actually am going to take these off because it's not impossible to see stuff on the screen, but, you know. How's everyone doing, though? How was everyone's, like, 3-week vacation, basically? Because it's been a while. Also, I am going to make sure that this is actually coming, the microphone is the correct audio sound. Yep, okay, good. Just double checking. It's always good. Sometimes when you go away for a little bit, then you have to set even just 2 things up. Like, I took this microphone with me because I knew I was going to have to do at least 1 podcast episode on the road. Sometimes all your shit gets reset. So, you know, sometimes you got to double check that. I've been good. No, I've been busy, but good. What have you been up to, Jen? I know technically we talked about it a little bit earlier today, but, like, I don't know if the people know, so. For the people, I'm volunteering at a firefighting camp. Hell yeah. What I also find amazing is that earlier today I was like, dude, I finally have my voice back. And I feel like the minute I went live, it started getting a little scratchy, which is weird, I feel like. I just went to Twitch instead of Twitter. Well, Jen, I'm going to start with a story for you. Because you want to hear it, I think. And yeah, it's for you and to some extent about you. It is, I think, the only time this week where I fully embarrassed myself. No, you should not be scared. Listen, to be clear, it all worked out. It was just like, it took a second for this story to, like, get there, right? So, we're gonna, like, in a bit, once we know that we have, you know, some people who want to be in here, I guess, are in here, we'll talk about everything that's gone on, right? Probably in order. But I'm gonna start with the fact that there's one picture that I did not post publicly, that I only sent to Jen, because I was nervous of tagging this person after this story. So, on Friday, after the very first night, not after first night, right? Okay, sorry. So, after the very first day of RTX, there was a rave. And I had an industry badge, which meant that I got to go into the staff and industry and, you know, guest bar. Though technically, like, once you were in the main like section, there was no one checking people coming in from the other doors. So like there were a lot of people that were in that bar eventually that really weren't supposed to be there. But that's, you know, I'm not complaining, to be clear. Like, I was fine with it. It's not my place. It, you know, it is what it is. But it was actually, like, despite it being packed at times, it worked out, right? Like, everything was fine. So I'm in this bar, and I'm hanging out with some folks. I'm talking with some folks. I have spoken to many people that I've technically already spoken to throughout this weekend already. But just sort of catching up with some people. I spoke to Lindsay. Yeah, Danny, the bar area was like for industry and staff. Like the inside bar, not the outside bar. So Adrienne, hello, welcome. Wait, why can't I hear the sound, the alerts? Hang on a second.
Hey, besties.
Hey, besties. Did that all come through? I feel like it should. Yeah, that came through. Okay, hang on one second. Where is my alert box? Okay, played for you. Okay. For some reason, there was no sound when Adrian, anyway.
Hey, besties.
I do still stream, yes. I know it's been a minute. I know it's been a while. I get it. Get your jokes out now while you have a chance. Katie. Wait. Oh, there's Katie. Katie, hello. Who is this up-and-coming streamer? Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, so Katie and Adrian, this is like the perfect time for you to come into this story, I think, actually. So, as a very quick recap, after I take this sip of water. So I was at a bar for part of one of the RTX like celebration things, and this was on the day where my voice probably sounded the worst. It's wild, right? Like my voice was clearly shot. Seth, thank you so much for the subscription. For 3 months. Thank you so much. Good to see you. So I'm in this bar, and this is the first day, and like it's weird because my voice will like at sometimes be really good, sometimes it'll be really bad. That night in particular, it was very come and go. Like it was like really truly all over the place. There were times where my voice sounded completely clear, and then there were times where it was like almost a whisper. And a lot of it came down to also like how much I had to shout, how stuffy the air was, stuff like that. And I am talking with Lindsay Jones at one point, and then I move on to talk to JLo, who frequents this chat, that guy named JLo. We're catching up, and I see Fuya. So I was like, okay, this will be great. I can go say hi. Maybe I can get a picture, tell her, that who I am, and like just send it to Jen. My thing was, this is someone who has maybe heard of you maybe twice in their life. Be cool, be normal, be fine, right? I was not drunk yet, but I for sure was a couple drinks in. And also, again, just like very nervous about the fact that you couldn't really hear me that well. So I go up to I go up to her, and I was like, hi, I just want to say, hello, and whatever. She clearly sees that, again, at the time, it was only industry and staff people, so she knew I was there for something, right? So she's like, oh, hi, and she introduces herself with her government name, and I was like, yeah, no, hi. And it's always an interesting thing, right, when you meet someone in that way, where you're like, their username, but then you're like, yes, hi, okay. And I was like, I'm also still just Colin M. Parker on the internet. I was like, I use the same name for everywhere. And then I was just like, I wanted to say, hello, that, I like your work, and that I'm a friend of Jen's Void, and was wondering if we could get a picture, and then I could, send it to her to say that we say hi. And she could not hear me. So she was like, who? And I was like, I'm a friend of Jen's Void. And so like, I'm like screaming, right? But like in my like very hoarse voice. And she couldn't understand me for some reason. Like, I don't remember what name she thought I was saying, but she definitely heard Jan instead of Jen, and then like something else, and she was like really struggling. And my thing should have been like, I should have said, she's played Among Us with you with Alfredo, something of that nature. Gamers, why was my double down to say, we recently double rated in saying, like into your stream, saying that it was like a family bonding thing. I was like, you know, Jen, and I was like, she calls me like her internet dad, and I was like that's, you know, like I'm struggling, and like I don't know why I'm saying the stuff that she clearly doesn't know anything about, and I'm like, this is not going to help in my head, but I had already said it. Luckily, I said Jen's Void one more time, and at that moment, that was when Barb was like approaching us to talk to us, and like she could tell that like I'm saying something, and Fuya's going, what? Right? Oh no, trust me, I also was, Seth. With every moment that I said Jen's Void and it did not land, the more I kept going, there is no way in hell there are two Fuyas, right? Like I was like, there's no way, right? Like I've not somehow fucked this whole thing up, right? This is so bad, right? But luckily I go, Jen's Void one more time, and Barb leans in and goes, Jen's Void from Among Us. And immediately, Fuya kind of goes from being like, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he talking to me? To being like, oh, like she, like it all clicks, and she goes, Jen's Void. And she like, the moment where it all clicks, it comes together, and then she's like, yes. And then we talk for like 2-3 minutes. Then we're like, let's take a picture to send it to Jen. We go off to like, you know, to like a place where there's better lighting even. And I was like, I will tell her that you say hi. And my thing was, I was going, okay, I'm hoping that most of that story on her end gets forgotten, because in my head, I go, there are two things that you could say that she would probably like know of. And I was like, and one of them for sure is super knowledgeable. The other one is super niche, and she'd have to be paying attention to every single raid that comes in, which when you get that many raids probably is difficult. And I doubled down on the thing that was bad. And I don't know why. I think it was just a pure panic. And yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, Jen, like, I said it, and then I went, like, in my head, I went, why didn't I say Among Us? Like, I said it, but then I was like, well, now I can't immediately skip over that, because, like, that looks even weirder, I feel like. So I didn't double down, luckily, on the internet dad thing. But, hello, Dorkrin. Good to see you. Rix, hello, good to see you. Dorkrin, thank you for the 4 months. 1 second, I also feel like... Whoa, okay, there we go. Dorkrin, I hope you're drinking water, gamer. Because I am. Okay. So, see, already my voice is already starting to sound better. It's wild. I don't know what's wrong with it, and I do hope that soon I can get it fixed. But anyway, that was my embarrassing story of how I met Fuya, and luckily it fixed itself. Everyone else that I met was much better, and I didn't, I think, thank you for the fart reverb, Seth. I didn't step in it, you know? Like, I met Daydreamer Dan. That went great. I met Scootish. Scootish was, like, so fucking nice. Like, not like that was a surprise to me, to be clear. Like, I feel like all those folks are going to be nice, right? But, like, I feel like Scootish was someone who, before that day, I'm not sure we'd ever had any kind of interaction before. Or if we have, it was, like, very, very brief, very passing. And then, like, we were standing in line to do Blizz's dunk tank. And we were just, like, sort of shooting the shit, basically, for, like, 5-10 minutes. You know, headed out for Applebee's for dinner with friends. Just want to say hi. Hope you're well, Colin. Have a wonderful... Thank you, Dorkin. Good to see you. I know it's been a while, but I hope that we'll see you again soon. But yeah, no, we stood in the line for quite a bit, and it was also, like, again, my first impression was also meeting him dressed as Blizz, which, you know, again, is also... Is that awkward then at that point? No, I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's normal at a convention, right? People do that. Anyway, he was really great. He was on the Jackbox, like, I don't know what to call it, just like Jackbox panel, show, stream? Not stream. Wasn't a stream. It was live. I'm starting to sound like Crub. Crub called the audience at the Inside Gaming Squares, he called the audience chat room. And I was like, we're not live. Like, it was, those are people, like, those are faces looking up at you. But it did make me laugh very hard just to hear him say chat room out loud in that context. No, but Scootish was great. He was very nice, and it was a really nice, like, wholesome, cool interaction, of people. Same thing with Daydreamer Dan. We've been following each other for a little bit here, and again, obviously, so many of these folks I've never met in real life. So meeting him was great. We talked for a few minutes, and then actually, I think I saw him and talked to him every single day. Actually, I know for sure Friday and Saturday. I actually kind of don't remember. Sunday feels like a blur, actually, which is weird because it was the most recent day, but I guess it's also the shortest day, so that maybe also tracks. But we took a little video to say hi to Lopez, and we put that in the Discord. I think it's in the selfies section. Let's see if that's true. Where would I have put that? I know I put the picture with Jeff, which also, God, what a weird picture. Come on. Oh, there it is. Yeah. It's in selfies. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see a video where we both say hi to Lopez. We go, hi, Lopez. Actually, I probably could just share it now that I think about it, but I'm going to stop the music because this is like a very eclectic playlist right now, and I'm not feeling that. I mostly just wanted the first few songs that we're playing. Okay, let's see here. Let me not dox anyone. Oops. Don't do that just yet. Okay, here we go. I'll share Discord here. Okay, that's fun. Reset that. Reset that transform. Okay, I don't care if I cover my face for a second here. And then the audio, I'll also just have it be this. So here's the video. This is us saying hi to Lopez. Hi, Lopez.
Sorry.
You're good. So there you go. That's cute. That's fun. That's nice. There it goes. That's hidden again. We said hi to Lopez. Okay. Let me now think about how I'm going to order all of this, because I feel like there's so many things to discuss in order. Let's just go to the Twitter, right? That's probably just the better way of looking at this, huh? Because I can just go through. I made 8,000 threads, so I'm sure you've all seen all these pictures too, but I feel like it's fun to talk about. Let's see. Well, who we got? What do we got? What do we got? Considering I was gone for so long, I actually did tweet way more than I thought I would. I was like, oh, there's not that many tweets, and then I started scrolling and was like, oh. Okay. Oh, no, nope. Still going. I am just now hitting Sunday. This is Saturday. This is Friday. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting to where we should be. Okay. Where's the start of this thread? Here it is. All right. Finally. We go over here. Reset this again. I love when, like, everything is different for everything that you ever look at. So, like, you're not expecting to see 8,000 things. Okay, here we go. This is fun. This is going to take up... What a hell of a screen that I've got here. But that's fine. I'll do it like this. Hey, JJ. Good to see you. Okay, so first things first. Thursday, I just got to go to the studios. Like, I wasn't expecting that at all, but we got to go in. Since the mods were in town, any mod that was available was allowed to get themselves to stage 4. But if you were there, because we couldn't go in with the platinum and stuff like that, but if you could get yourself there, you could go in with the tour that was happening with like the platinum or ultra badge or whichever badge that was. So we did. And it was one of the most surreal experiences, I think, of my life because of many things. But the first being that we get into the building and the mixer part of the first tour is kind of coming to a close as everyone that's new is coming in and starting to mill about with those, same folks. So it's very busy, and I'm the last mod through the door because I'm being cool, I'm being chill. I'm like, there's other people that are here for things. Lopez, we just shared the Daydreamer Dan video. I'm not sure if you were here for that, but I did just share that video. Egg. I feel like that audio is not playing for some reason. Is it not playing for all of you? Or is it just not playing for me? One second. You heard the bit. Okay, weird. I have no idea why I didn't. That's fascinating. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, one moment. Everyone hold tight. Let me go to... Oops, hang on. Log in with Twitch. Here we go. One second. Let me double check the text-to-speech thing. Alert box. Real quick. I'm just going to do a test thing real fast. Still no idea why I don't hear that, which is very weird. There might be some sort of like audio routing thing going on for me at least. Okay, bits. Here we go. Bits. Bit message. Text to speech. Here we go. It was set to 50 for some reason. Colin and Parker's now following us? Whoa, I hear that guy is up and coming and very cool. Okay, it should be back to 10, so I don't know why it was set to 50. I might have been messing around with something at one point. No, okay, listen, let's not be that way. Okay, I'm gonna do one more test real quick to see why I can't hear this. That makes no sense. I don't hear that. I don't hear it for some reason.
DTs.
That's peculiar. Well, there's TTs, so there you have it. Okay, so anyway, like I was saying, I went to the office and there were a lot of folks there, which is fine, right? I was like, listen, you're probably going to have opportunities this weekend. You don't need to like, jump in, whatever. I was like, let people have their moments. But some people didn't feel the same way, right? And what I mean by that is that Blizz was in the middle of talking to someone, sees me from like across the room. I came here to annoy and didn't say hi. Oh, hello, Lopez. Blizz like sees me from across the room and goes, I am so sorry to the person in front of him, and just sort of like casually moves them to the side and just like we like make like a beeline for each other. We have this big hug moment and we talk for a while. And it's this really beautiful moment, right? And of course, there's some people who are kind of like, "Hi, Blizz, can I?" Which of course is always going to happen. But like, it was this really like sweet thing. And my favorite part about that is that that's the first person at the office that greeted me. And then we didn't take a picture together. We saw each other multiple times that day. Didn't take a picture together. Oops. My bad. But anyway, what I did do, though, was I did take pictures with a bunch of people. And one of the cool things to me was that all these people knew who I was. Like, I think that maybe I can count on one hand the amount of people that didn't know me by my face, that like were just sort of like, oh, hi, how's it going? And like, you shake their hand or whatever. And then as you're like, I'm Colin M. Parker, and then like watching the change be like instant. That blew me away. There were about half of the people that like I met, I was like, can we get a picture since we're here? They're like, absolutely. But half of them were like, do you want to take a can we take a picture? Right? Like, it was like people wanting to take pictures, like to commemorate us meeting. And I was like, no, but to me, like, you're the celebrity, like I'm the, but then they were like, no, but like we talk about you all the time. Like, people were excited to meet me, and that was a strange feeling. That's the first time where that sort of thing has happened for me. But the first picture that I did get of the day, which I think kind of tracks and makes sense and is good, is Blaine and I squash the beef. I did look to the wrong place. I love that no one ever really confirms as to where they're going to look in the camera. They just look. So sometimes you're all looking in the same spot. Sometimes you're not. But that's fine. It worked out. We shook hands. This was the important thing. This is slightly cutting off, I'm realizing now. Ooh, okay. We'll do this. Okay, here we go. So here it is. Here's us taking the picture. I gotta go back to here. Met Jessica. Jessica and I have spoken many times before as well on the internet, and she was absolutely lovely. I don't know, like, it was just like, I don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again, but it's that thing of, oh my God, like it's finally happening, right? And I saw her quite a few times throughout the weekend. She was always just so like kind and wonderful. She at one point was like asking me about like all the things that I was going to see that weekend, or all the panels and shows. So I was listing things off, and then at one point she was like, and 30 more minutes, right? And I was like, I thought I was mentioning all the stuff that like wasn't obvious. Which is true, because it was already on my schedule. And she was like, okay. But then, lo and behold, look who showed up. Me. I ain't no liar. That was on my schedule, and I knew I was going to go, because I adore Jessica Vasami. And Elise, who is not in any of these pictures, but she was there. Not on this day, but never mind, you get what I'm saying. Anyway, this is Joe. I like when I just like start to say something and I go, well, I've started a conversation that I don't know how to end. Technically, in a way, this is my first picture with Blizz, because as you can see, Blizz is in the background there. Hey, bestie. I love you. But I also love Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then, again, also people that were like stoked to meet me, Kai and Griff, right? Kai and Griff, I also, once again, just like with Blizz, saw them from like across the room, and we were like trying to figure out how we were going to maneuver our way around and like through the crowd of people and get together. And we did. And, they both gave me, huge hugs. And it's this thing of like people, it's weird and like interesting hearing people say to me, like, big fan, when I'm like also like I'm a big fan, right? But love them to death. It was such a like high energy and like very clearly like loving conversation. Made me so happy. Wait, where's the picture with BK? Hang on. Did I not? Wait. Oh, there should be a picture with BK, and I don't know where that picture is actually. I may have to go and find that and share it, because I could have sworn I attached it and it's not in this thread. That's cool. Love that. Okay, so then Trevor and Barb, love them. Hang on, let me start with the picture. So this is technically I got my picture with Barb first. Once again, making the rounds, beaming. We're like, oh my gosh, hi, hello, it's been so long. Big hug. We talked for a bit. Just a lot of like appreciation kind of all around. a lot of like, how are you? How are things? It's been a minute. And a little bit of like some of it being kind of yeah, obviously we're going to know what she's been up to some extent, but still kind of talking about stuff that hasn't been on air kind of thing, which was kind of nice. Trevor, right? Trevor was great because, I mean, I met obviously a bunch of AH people, but like when I saw Trevor in the office, Trevor was like, dude, we walked up to each other, gave each other a big hug, and he was like, it's so nice to see you not through a little tiny screen. And again, just feels very good to have people be just as excited to meet you as you are to meet them, which I'll say probably 800,000 more times today, so I do apologize for you hearing it, but that's just going to be how it is. And then well, never mind, we'll come back to Trevor, because there's more Trevor stories, but I kind of want to go through things in order as much as possible if I can. Wait, I already went there. And then again, when we're doing the sort of like mixer meet and greet type situation afterwards, and everyone's back out in the main hall, there's this cool moment where all of the platinum badge folks, or ultra badge, sorry, I keep saying the wrong badge, all the ultra badge folks start to leave because they have a bus that they're on, but the mods get to like continue to hang out because we're again Ubering, but then also like we're there, you know what I mean, like we're there. Yeah, you got what I'm saying. So yeah, so like we get to kind of hang out and talk with folks like way longer. Some of the other mods like left, like they got their Uber back. They weren't going to the same place that I was, so I was like, it's fine, I'll get my own. And I talked with like Trevor and Barb for like so long, and as people were sort of starting to clear out, like you can see like Jessica and Griff and I'm trying to remember who that is behind Jessica. It's kind of hard to make out, but anyway, but like it's literally just like all us hanging out and chilling at this point. And they were getting ready to head out, and I was too. Basically, like I effectively was just going to talk to Armando and Eric after this, and that was it for me, right? And or at least that was on my schedule, kind of thing. I guess technically at this point the other mods hadn't left. I realized that I'm telling part of this story out of order. I'll come back to that anyway. You'll see why I forgot that until the next part. But like before they had it out, they were like, oh, do you want to take a picture of the three of us together? And I was like, yeah, absolutely, like that would be great. Oh, listen, Jen, I feel like you're saying this like kind of as a joke, but at the same time, like when you hear the next few stories about Barb and Trevor, okay, I don't know if we're like okay, not I don't know. I know for sure that we're not like besties. Like we're not like the best friends, you know what I mean, like of all time. But like I actively, there are a lot of people where I was like, I feel like we're now at like a good acquaintance, or like maybe like getting close to like a friendship stage. I actively do, like I left that weekend understanding and knowing that I'm now at like a friendship level with these two, and like that, I don't know, that meant the world to me. They were, yeah. Oh no, and again, you want to talk about old friends, it's gonna come up, okay? Okay, so next, again, like these are sort of shared a little out of order because I had them last technically, but Lindsay, got to meet Lindsay, met Fiona, Michael. It's great because we did like a serious or like a normal picture, and then was like, oh wait, do we want to get like a good like muscle look? He and I also, I think, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he would agree with this. This is how I felt. I felt like we also kind of hit it off. Like we had really good conversations. Like he also knew who I was. We talked for quite a bit about just a bunch of different things. We talked about getting fit for RTX, about next year kind of thing, and like different steps to take and all this other stuff. Like, and it wasn't just like oh yeah, man, like good luck with that. It was actually like, a full length conversation about, exercise and, content and all that other stuff. This is great because a lot of these photos are in backwards order because I clearly was just like scrolling through. Met Matt Bragg. We had a really good conversation about challenge accepted and how cool it is to some extent with, although there's no like graphic or, honorific that necessarily comes with it. One of the cool things about this system is that there's kind of this unspoken like, ooh, if they don't complete the challenge but I do, then like I beat an achievement hunter. And he was like, no, that is like a huge part of it for me. And he's like, and I love that, like, not and you missed any of the story that happened in the 140 frames that I dropped, let me know, and I will tell you what that story was. Anyway, we talked for a bit. That was good. It was nice. Tyler is, like, for sure one of the, like, my most favorite conversations I had that day. We really talked a lot about, like, career, but you're good friends. I heard it all. Okay. Okay, how long did it freeze for, Jen? Because that's actually concerning now. Like, how long did it go down? Did people hear anything that I said about Matt Bragg? Okay, only like 2 seconds. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Whew. Good. That's what I figured, because it's 140 frames, which is like 2 1/3 of a second. So, but Tyler and I had a really good conversation about, like, career and, like, you know, changing and all this other stuff. And, like, we had such a, like, I feel like we bonded, like, really strongly, to the point where when I was in the office on Tuesday, spoiler alert, like, to work, he was like, hey, there's no one, like, he was like one of 2 people that was in the post team room. So he was like, if you want to, like, come in and be like a desk buddy of mine, like, feel free to. I didn't take him up on that offer because I was like, I don't want to be a burden. And that probably says a lot about me, because, like, I could have easily done that. Sorry, 1 second. Just real quick, clear my throat. Okay. But thank you, JJ. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm actually going to have to refill my water again, I think, really soon, because I'm already past the halfway mark. No, but Tyler was great, and, like, I don't know, I feel like we clearly set up, like, a expectation that we will talk again soon, which I think is nice. Cameron was super chill. Like, I don't know, like, I didn't necessarily think that Cameron wouldn't be chill, but, like, I don't know, Cameron was just, like, even more, like, laid back than I was, I guess, expecting for some reason. I think also, like, sometimes you kind of sometimes see folks, like, when they're in their work environment, you immediately assume, oh, they might be busy or working, but, like, they were all clearly not working. They were here to, you know, meet with people. So I feel like I was like, oh, I don't want to. Great. Jaron, lovely. Jaron and Cameron and I talked a lot about industry talk as well, but we also talked a lot about going to concerts and, like, different groups that people have been dropping a lot of money on tickets for, and, like, different shows that we've seen this year, kind of thing. That was pretty neat. I enjoyed that. Because I also love a good, like, band talk. Armando, big guy. Like, very tall, right? But I fucking love Armando. Armando is, you know, like, sometimes in content, right, I feel like, you know, you think that, like, he's going to be, like, not shouty. I don't know what the word for that is. But, like, you know, like, sometimes he gets that, like, you know, I'm in that content, like, rage almost, right? But just, like, the most gentle, sweet guy. Really lovely. He and Eric and I started the rumor that Blizz forced me to get the tattoo, and Alexa, sorry, to get the tattoo in order to do the panel. That was, like, our big conversation that we had, was, like, the 3 of us, like, setting that up, and, like, we were, like, laughing our asses off, which is, like, I think a fun thing to, like, you know, that, I don't know how to describe this, but it's just, like, there's nothing better, to me at least, than, like, meeting people that you really appreciate and, like, adore, like, their work and stuff like that, and you talk a lot about, like, hey, Mia, welcome in. We have a conversation about, you know, entertainment and, like, making people laugh, and, like, the concept of them making me laugh, but then I made them laugh. You're like, okay, you know, so that feels good. Also met Nick. He was given selfies with folks, with the Sauce Monkey mask on. So that was obviously fantastic. We also talked shop a little bit, talked a little bit about audio.
Give me your lunch money.
Oh, good. I'm glad about that. Hello, Danny. Welcome in. And then also met Patrick. And, like, again, also someone that I was like, dude, really appreciate your work and, like, the efforts that you have, you know, been a part of with production and stuff like that. And we had a very good heart to heart. And it's funny because like then he was like, hey, I saw on Twitter yesterday that you went to P. Terry's. And he was like, so I think that's where I'm going to go. So sure enough, like later on that night, he went to P. Terry's and sent me a picture to be like, I did in fact go to P. Terry's because you inspired me to do so. Sarah Weems. Love Sarah. Alfredo. Great guy. Also mentioned Jen to Alfredo. He spoke very highly of her. And that's also not the only time that weekend that he, spoke very highly of Jen. He thinks that Jen is pretty great. The man, the myth, the legend. And also talked about him coming on to my podcast as well because he knows that Trevor's been on it and he knows that it's to you. I mentioned that like I'm good friends with you and he was like, oh, she's great. Yeah, and he mentioned the Among Us lobby, and said that you were
Give me
funny.
your lunch money.
So there you go. The people like Jen's Void when they can hear me actually say the name. Shelby. Shelby is, I think, maybe one of the sweetest people I've ever met. And I was talking with her and I was like, listen, like, I need you to understand that, like, I really love and appreciate the people of Achievement Hunter. I was like, but you are easily one of my favorites in that office because, like, I don't know, like, the energy, the style of comedy, but also, like, sometimes also the voice of reason at times, which is also very important. Yes, also a Swiftie. But also I was like, sometimes like when you watch a group of people for a while and there's nothing but a bunch of straight men, like talking, and then you get like an absolute W queer person like hopping into the space, you're like immaculate. I was like, her handle does track legit. She was, again, wonderful. And I think I accidentally double posted the Joe photo when I was supposed to post the BK picture earlier. And I'm realizing now that that's what happened is I posted Joe and mentioned BK. So like that is fun. I'll have to find that picture and post it. Met Jordan Levin. Jordan Levin was awesome. He talked to me for a bit and we talked about me being a mod. Then he was like, oh, okay. He goes, so I know who pays or whatever, or pays stuff. Joe was fun to talk to. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Joe was great. Jordan Levin also made an effort to like every time he saw me come up and talk to me, which I thought was also like really cool and fun, but also I was like, oh, that makes me nervous. And I don't know why. At first night, like later on this same day, he like came behind me, like did like that to my shoulders. And he's like, hey man, he's like, you're here too. I feel like I'm seeing you all over the place. Good to see you kind of thing. And then someone walked away, was like, how do you know Jordan? And I went, he's kind of my boss. And they were like, what? And I was like, it's okay. He's evaluating you. That scares me, JJ. Then I got to go. This is, again, way out of order, but it was just sort of like what made sense. This was right before I took the picture with Nick. They let us sit at the podcast space, and I was like, ooh, would love to be here. Would love to be there in that podcast studio. I don't know, podcasting, doing things. There's a guy that does a lot of podcasting. I realize that the voice doesn't exactly dictate that right now, but like, there's a guy that was in that chair just then that did a lot of podcasting. That's in this chair that also does a lot of podcasting. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, putting that one out there. The RTP set was sick. That, like, I feel like even though the picture's fairly vivid, I don't think the photo does the carpet justice. That carpet fucks. That carpet is awesome. It is so, like, bright and vivid. And there's a small part of me that's like, I truly don't know if it's just so ugly or so like wonderfully. I don't know what, like, it feels like it is a wild spectrum that like goes all the way around to itself, because sometimes I look at that and I go, I don't know, man. I don't know if the red, brown, black, I don't know about that. But then like every time I like look away and then come back and go, actually, it's kind of doing it. AK, hey, thank you so much for the follow. This is the third month of a 6-month gift subscription from Dorkin. Thank you so much. He is
Hey,
a hero, a legend. Good to see you, AK. Also met AK at the convention. Okay, that's gonna be hard to see, but like this is basically everyone was like looking at stuff and the jib was up, the crane was up, and so I just waved and took a little video of myself waving to it. J-Lo, I took 2 different pictures with J-Lo as well. Bruno, hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. I was talking about our tour of I just lost some frames again, and I don't know why. Weird. Also, thank you for redeeming story time for 6,000 points and saying keep talking about RTX. I appreciate that. That's very funny. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like the internet should be fine. What's going on? What's up with our connection, besties? Like, this is so strange. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Also, hey, I'll tell you what. Since we got our Swifties in the audience, I'll put my Swifties playlist on. There you go. That'll be our backtrack for today. If it's gonna start, is it gonna start? There it goes. Okay, it's very quiet, but I haven't noticed anything. But I'm only halfing it. Oh, I literally just started, so it took a second to cut in. Yeah, the very first song, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 8 through I think 12 are all Jen suggestions, then a few Katie, then back to Poggers, then back to Jen, and then ending with Maggie recommendations. So that's where we're at. So thank you for this. Oh yeah, it's sound. Sorry, not help. Yeah, also, yeah, Pentagon and Second are currently not on. For the time being, I think that's probably how it's going to stay. But there you have it. Okay. Back to JLo. Love JLo. JLo, like, listen, JLo and I have been like texting, talking, and stuff like that before.
I threw up.
RTX. I threw up. But like, we saw each other both at the production like booth.
I love the gaze.
Before I walked into the studio to take the picture at the one spot, but then we got another picture like at the end of the day. Love JLo a lot. JLo and I hung out a lot during RTX. Really great guy, and I miss him. I know it's a little cringe to say maybe, but I miss him already. I really liked hanging out with JLo. And then also, you want to talk about meeting a myth, a legend, Mike Pirtle. Like, as a, I just realized JLo's wearing yes shirt. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, it's iconic. Mike Pirtle though also is iconic. I feel like so many people don't recognize, like unless you're like someone who, I feel so dumb that I only realized he was JLo on that last day. You know, it's funny because like a lot of the times, like, you know, that's the thing I think of having like a username versus like a name that you're putting out there, right? Because some people were calling him JLo, but a lot of people would probably be like Justin to his face kind of thing. So like it's a weird, you know, thing where you're like, wait, oh, you made the connection. No, but Mike Pirtle is like one of the like audio geniuses of this world. A lot of the things that you'll see that are, you know, like live and stuff like that are like, you know, like a larger space where you have many microphones happening at one time, that's Mike. Mike has definitely saved a lot of people's ears, and like, you know, by recognizing when someone's clearly about to yell, things like that. Mike is really good. Mike also handles the soundboard usually of Eric. So I wish I'd recorded it actually, but like he did a really great bit where they recorded a bunch of lines specifically for the tour. And then he would talk to Eric and then hit a little button and he would respond. And it was very funny. And it was like a good little bit. And it ended with, again, you want to talk about like people being cute, right? Eric was being very cute in that, because one of the big things was like he ended it with like okay, say goodbye, Eric. And then he would go, goodbye, Eric. It was nice. It was a sweet little thing. But he's a great guy. Okay, let's see. Then RIP STF. The cold open on checking on Mike, yeah, is definitely great. RIP STF. God, I wish I could take that sign. I know that I'm not allowed to, but boy, howdy. When they took me back there, J-Lo took me back there to check it out, I was like, dog, I want to take that so bad. But like, what was I going to do? Everyone's going to see me take that? Here's also the iconic, STF, like, thing. Yeah, but like, listen, Danny, like, I'm also like anyway, yeah, thank you. The divider, like the little backdrop thing. I love this thing so much, and like part of me wants to be like, what if I got that though? STF for sure is where I really took off. I think like between Extra Life and STF, I feel like those are the two things that really kind of made a name for me, like within the community, and like I will for sure like STF and the people that are in it. I'm like eternally grateful for, because like they also like all recognized me throughout the weekend as well in some fashion. Like I never met Gus, but it was that thing of like, I saw Gus during a time where he clearly was trying to, should have taken a pic on the notches. True. Yeah. That would have been something, wouldn't it? But no, but like we saw each other when he was clearly trying to remain under the radar. And so I like let him like go to make sure that like I didn't, so I just went, like I said, hey, and like nodded, and he went and just sort of slunk around the corner before people would see him, kind of thing. It was a nice little moment of like respect, I think. And like yeah, so that was nice. Okay. Then also Do Not Open Till the Future. Of course, that's an iconic thing from recent, but Do Not Open Till the Future. It is the future. And then also Ramsey, the Ramsey tombstone. Also, the old RT podcast sign with a penis drawn in the dust, which also feels like a very fitting thing for the RIP. Then, I don't know who has it. I need to get the picture of all of the mods that were there that got to take a picture in front of the mod wall. So that was great and lovely. The original Always Open set, which, again, iconic and was a life-changing thing for me specifically, that show. Wait, is this on shuffle? Oh, it is. Okay. I was like, I feel like that was not my second song on this playlist, but it that's why. Okay. Yeah, it is for sure, always. Oh, thank you. And also, Bruno, I just realized I also have a picture for you that I had to send, which is of you at the RT podcast set. So we'll do a little exchange there. And then, again, took a picture as I walked past the stage 4. It is. Yeah. Okay, pipe, ow, loud. That's the first pic I took in front of this sign. I took like many in front of this sign, actually. One of which is currently one of my profile pictures somewhere that Danny took on Tuesday. I like the episode with Gavin where he appeared. Yeah, I really do, like, I do miss that background for that reason, but like, obviously, like, I really like the really intimate new set, which, had a lot. Okay, so that's, that's the first day. Okay, hang on a second. Let's go back here for a second while I find the next thread. Oh, real quick, hang on. There we go. Like I said, met AK. Okay. We went to P. Terry's. Okay, I forgot. Okay, hang on. This is exactly what I was talking about. Let me see if I can find this exchange here. Hang on. So, where does he say it? Hang on. Okay, here we go. So, this is funny. Here we go. So, we had talked on Thursday. So, then Patrick was like, great meeting you. Had to grab some P. Terry's after first night because we were talking about P. Terry's. And I was like, you're not going to believe this, because that's exactly where we were at that exact moment, which was very funny. And that's where we were meeting a bunch of folks. Starcross P. Terry's Twitter exchange. Yeah, it's so good. Also, okay, that was also a thing where at the exact same time on Wednesday, Christian and I both had P-Terries at the same time. Like, no confirmation, no discussion of it. It just happened. Wild. Also a picture that I love. We tried to fit as many people as we could. I can't even tell whose head this is. This might be AK. AK, is this your forehead? That's in the top left. Then KT. Then Christian, NPC Christian. Perhaps Brooke here. Maggie or Quintastic, and then me. I just thought I was going insane because I've heard "Long Live" playing over my music. Oh, weird. Yeah, Narbar is fun. The one thing that did suck was that we were going to do the pool upstairs, the billiards, and then like it only spit out 4 things. I did not get tased actually. But yeah, no, it was good. Oops. Okay, go back. Footage from the day. Okay, hang on. I'll just let you guys see all this. This was me before we went. I was editing. Red versus Blue final season coming soon with Bernie Burns. And the whole original 4 crew coming in. Wait, hang on. Oh, I know we were talking about it last night. Next time, gotta get tased. That's lore from another server. Wait, who got tased at Narbar? Another. Okay, here we go. Finally. We didn't get a picture the first day, but we did after Inside Gaming Squares. Which, by the way, I got nervous that, like, when he was like, hey, listen, it's gaming facts, right? And I was like, oh, I mean, I'm a gamer. I've played quite a few games, but, like, I've not played every game. So, I don't know. How will this go? Well, folks, you are looking at the first annual champion of Inside Gaming Squares. I did, in fact, win 3-0. It was a good time. I had a fucking blast. If you're not sure of how Hollywood Squares works, basically, which is what this is based off of, don't worry about it. Neither did Blizz, which also did help with me winning, I think, technically. But effectively, it is where you are effectively playing tic-tac-toe. And so you choose someone whose square that you're looking for. This is no first annual, it's first inaugural. Or yeah, okay. That's the inaugural, the winner of the very first one. And so then you make your move. That person comes up. Blizz asks them a trivia question, and then they give you either a true answer or a fake answer. You have to determine whether or not you agree or disagree with them. If you yourself are correct based off of their answer, convoluted, I know, you get a point. You get to put your X or your O, depending on which one you are, up on the board. And sometimes Blizz would just put the opposite person's thing down. But it's fine. It worked out. It was a lot of fun. I think one of my most one of the most fun things I've ever done was knowing that like we were repeating the third board for a fourth time or for a second time because we did 4 games. The very first one was a Cats game. So we were repeating it, but then that meant that because of like where people were making moves, there were some people that weren't going to get called again for like a second time in a row. So also we had 10 minutes left or something like that, or like 8 minutes left, I think, on the thing. I was like, well, if I win, we're going to have to find a way to like fill 5 minutes of time. So I literally said, you know what? I know I could win here, but I'm going to throw for content and I'm going to go with James, who was like in the middle. And everyone was like some people were like, go for the win, right? But then some people were like, okay, yeah, I see what's happening here. So then Alexa did the same thing. We were like, okay, I am also going to not go for it. Like we started trying to fill the board. Either it was going to be a loss or it was going to be a Cats game or whatever. But the idea was just fill the board, get everyone up there again if we could, and just do this thing. And so it got to a point where I could have won the game in 3 separate places. So with like a minute or so left, I did one last question, won the third board, Won the whole thing overall. Had an absolute blast with everyone that was up there. Watched Laurel dominate, like literally the audience, which was great, while Crub had absolutely no control over it. Armando went out into the audience and sat down with John Holland. Sam went out to ask Nandre a question, like basically to ask the same question. It was incredible. Like it was a absolute blast to be up there. It was one of the most fun things. Here's a picture that I took from the stage. I didn't give a shit. I was like, fuck it. I'm going to take a quick pic. Here's everyone except for Blizz that was up there on the thing. This is everyone who was answering questions. So from left to right, because some people's like heads are kind of like obfuscated a little bit here, but you have, excuse me, you have BK, you have Armando, you have Laurel, you have Blaine, you have John Smith, you have Crub, you have Sandwich, you have James Willems, and you have Jack Patillo. And they were all so goddamn funny. It was an absolute honor to work with every single one of them. All of them are people who I am like a fan of, whose content I have partaken in, or not partaken, you know, like, yeah, no, partaken is correct, who I've like witnessed, watched, whatever, consumed. I'm a big time like Sandwich chat lurker. I like to put Sandwich on like while I'm doing like a lot of work around the house. Mostly because I'm always like, I'm nervous about not being funny in her chat for some weird reason, but like Sam has such a like pleasant like radio voice. Incredible. I'm going to, I think, okay, this is going to take forever, but we're going to start with this. I'm going to, over time, as these things run out, I'm going to do shout outs for all the different folks that I got to work with, that I got to see, because of course I need to, right? We should, because these are the homies, which I feel like is maybe a bold statement to make, but like a lot of these people I felt like a real, I don't know, connection with, beyond just like I am a viewer of theirs kind of thing. Like it felt good. Like Crub and I talked both before and after, and Crub was like, dude, it was so much fun working with you. It was a blast being up there. Like we got to talk a lot about it. Laurel the other day in her chat and in the Inside Gaming chat, you know, was saying really nice things about me, and like, you know, which also meant the world, because I think Laurel is an incredible creator, and everyone should also be following her as well. I just really, everyone that was up here was just, it was a perfect set, you know, like the chemistry was there. And I just can't say enough about them. Hang on, did I just spell this correctly? Hang on. You know when you type someone's name enough times where you go, is this correct? I am 95% sure that I just spelled this correct. Yes, okay. Sometimes I look, okay, you're going to see why I was questioning it. Sometimes, despite me knowing how to spell people's names, no, I switch the R and the Y all the time. Oh, I should hit enter. You have to wait 10 seconds. Okay. So, there's someone in my family whose name is Kirsten, and that is Kyrs. And so, I have 3 separate times in recent months tried to say Black Crystal and flipped the R and the Y, and I have fucked it up. So then I had to delete it and then do it again. I'm gonna wait like 10 more seconds just in case, and then let's see, when it hits the minute on the dot, I will. There we go. Okay. We'll come back to folks to praise, but yeah, no, dude, this ruled. And I'm not sure how I missed a picture with Alexa afterwards, but Alexa was there, Rachel was there. They were fantastic. Daydreamer Dan, who we already showed, we did a video to say hello to Lopez. Met Owie That Hurts and Lori Bird, who smacking the mic, sorry. Every single day that I saw them, ran into them. Good shit, right? Serving absolute looks, and were very funny at comedy night. James Willems, also, who I've never been able to like really work with at all in any capacity. This was great. This was like a really fun interaction, that day. And then for whatever reason, every single picture I took with Jack was blurry as shit. And in this one, I'm not even looking in the right spot. So like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with these pictures. We took 4 in a row and all 4 of them are like, one of us is like way blurrier than the other one. It's really strange. But yeah. Laurel. Love her. Stunning, talented, hilarious, everything. Can't be enough said. Colin is a lizard person. Yeah, that's very possible. Okay. Oop. I need to spell shout out correctly. Let's do... Hang on. Now I gotta remind myself. I think Crub is Crub TV. Ooh. Sorry. I'm gonna remind myself. Is it just Crub / Crub? It is. So in some places, Crub is just like... I like it. It literally just gave me the thing that says you have to wait 0 seconds. There it is. Okay. Crub also had me dying. Love Crub. I think like there's a fun thing where like everyone like loves to like shit on Crub. Oh wait, hang on. I can go to my picture of Crub. That would make sense. We all like, shit on Crub, but like Crub is so fucking funny. Really nice guy. Had an absolute blast like hanging out with him and chatting with him. And like finally being in like the same space. Big like influence on me as well. Which some people might say is cringe, but I would argue that it's not. I'm actually a Crub apologist, and that's all I have to say about it. Then we went to El Camino Casino, or Casino El Camino, whatever. Yeah, fucking great place. The burger was amazing. Here's us taking a shot with Armando. Oh, it zoomed a little weird. His head's literally right here. Well, anyway, we all kept going, congrats on RTP, congrats on RTP, congrats on RTP. Like, it just kept going around and around. I honestly, I do not remember taking this picture. I had a lot to drink that night. Okay, let's talk about the rave, though. Let's talk about the rave, because the rave was, I mean, it was a fucking blast. I think for sure it was my favorite evening of all of them. Despite how fun the second night was, and like that was very, like, hang on a second. I've received a text message. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. Sometimes people text you and it's like they have something that's like needs immediate attention, basically, because they're weird. And it's like, ugh, just leave me alone. You know what I mean? Okay. So, the rave. First things first, I'm actually going to turn off my fan because it's actually freezing right now, which is weird. It's usually way too warm here. Also, the Jeff shirt. It's a good shirt. I thought I fucked up and was not going to be able to get it because I accidentally missed the time where they were making it, but they made extras and then left them behind for people to, ooh, and I grabbed it and it was like on sale and everything. It's great. Also, hey, is Christian in chat? NBC Christian. We went through this whole thing about me getting you your sunglasses. Christian, we went through this whole thing about me getting these for you. I just looked through my merch bag and I have your set. I have your pair. I never got it to you. So we're going to have to find a way to meet up this summer before I leave town so that you can have your... What if every time I played Fortnite, I just started wearing these? Wait, did you... No, this is my pair. I have a second pair upstairs for you. Did you... I told you how much they cost and everything because I was getting them. That's why I went. I literally went to that place first thing first. Christian, I literally... Well, if anyone would like a pair of the Face Jam sunglasses, they were $24.95 if you want to buy a pair of these from me. I'll give you the extra set, $24.95. I did tell you I was getting them. Ooh. We got two people fighting for them. Listen, we'll talk about it. I do actually have, okay, cool. Wait, I had a bunch of people on the lookout for glasses. Oh man. Are they on the store? Oh no, they're not on the store. They were only at RTX, I believe. From down to the Twitch thumbnail made it look like Colin was about to say. What? I don't know what that means. That's concerning, actually. I look like I was about... Oh, because it's... Yes. Okay, it took me a second. I forgot that I was just wearing them. I did start off the stream wearing these, and I was like, I'm going to go sit in a... Okay, now, Christian, you like saying things like that in that way. Just to get people to go, what? I do look like I'm about to be like, I'm going to get in my truck, and I'm going to tell you a lot about how I feel like this country's going. Okay? I live in New Orleans, okay? And that's a liberal city, and I got thoughts on it. It's a lot. I did stay one night at Christian's hotel because my trip got extended and our Airbnb was already up. So I was like I was literally going to get a different hotel room for that night. And then Christian was kind enough to let me stay in the other bed in his spot. Remember that thing I said before stream, Colin? Take it back. Was it that at one point I was wearing these and doing like a bit, I think, right? And I was going like, let me tell you something about how I feel about this country. All right? Here's the deal. Right? I feel like you're like, that's so funny. I like that. You should do it on stream. What? That's what happened. Exactly. That is exactly what happened. It's okay. Colin confirmed it on Christian stream. That's true. I did confirm it on Christian stream. Crazy. It's like not even a year ago we didn't know each other, and then we slept together a few days ago. That's true. Yeah, man. So where was I? We're getting a little out of top. Okay. Let's talk about the rave. Because I'm still like beside myself about how that evening went and like my interactions with people, right? So remember earlier when I was talking about how like I definitely left the weekend thinking that like for sure friends with certain people, right? This is why. Like this event is why. Like not only was I having like did I have a good time and like catch up and like again we were taking pictures and like chatting the way that like old friends would, you know, Trevor and Barb and I. But at the rave, I talked with Trevor, I think 3, if not 4 times. Because like we would talk for a bit, then we would sort of disperse, then reconnect. Brooke and I think J-Lo, I think, was the other person that was there for this. I don't remember. But some folks were there for when Trevor was actively trying to make me cry, I think. Like, and to be clear, I don't think it was like, you know, him saying this like just to be funny or like to make me cry, like necessarily. Like I think he was being genuine. So not think. I know. Sorry. Sometimes I say I think when I know. I know he was being genuine. Trevor and I talked about the podcast, which is this one, by the way. Oop, nope. I somehow misspelled it. My A button has been fucking up recently. Sometimes it doesn't show up and then sometimes it does it double. We were talking about the podcast, and Trevor, first and foremost, was like, I want to come back. Like, whenever you have an opening, let me know. I'll make it work. I want to come back. Trevor talked about how much fun he had on the show, how good we were at our show, like what we do. He sang the praises of my co-host, and he sang my praises for the work that I do and that I put into things. And I went up to you when you were talking to Trevor, and I was going to mention that I love him on your podcast, and he had already been talking about it for like cool job done. Yeah, dude, it was, he talked about it for quite a bit. And one of the last things he said to me was, I don't know how many, hang on. I don't know what your numbers look like, but they should be higher, like much higher. And I was like, dude, and yeah, again, I took that moment to again sort of sing his praises and like what it meant to me to have him on the show. And he was like, dude, and again, this is one of those things that like was actively, I was like trying to cry. And Brooke, I think, actually did cry for some reason about this. Not for some reason. I think sometimes you hear someone say something nice about someone else, it can be touching.
Poggers.
But Trevor mentioned the show. When was Brooke not crying? You know what? That's a better question. Perhaps it's like there are times where Brooke wasn't crying. We should have gone, what's going on? What happened? But Trevor was like, dude, he goes, it's an honor to work with you because, you know, you have an energy that I feel like so few people actually have that's like, you know, genuine and, you know, true and real. You know, talked a lot about the different things that I do, that I work on, that I do that, you know, brings other people enjoyment, like both internally, like within the company and externally. And then he said, you have such a welcoming presence. He goes, you have a real John Reisinger energy about you. He goes, which is that like you can effectively welcome anyone into your space and you have like a real dad energy about you. And he goes, but like, it's a good, like warm, comfy feeling. And like, I was like, my whole thing, my whole like desire with content creation, and especially streaming, has been to create a safe space. Is to create a space that like I didn't necessarily get as a kid. Is to create a space that I don't see reflected in a lot of places. There are a lot of streams that I have stepped into the audience of that I chose not to speak in. You get what I'm saying. But there are spaces where I've been where I've just been like, you know, maybe this one's not for me. Maybe this one's not the best match. My whole thing is like, I want to make sure that, you know, I can be who I am here, but more importantly, that you all get to be who you are here. And when, you know, whenever we sit down to do anything, whether it's to play Fortnite, whether it's to have just chatting and talk and catch up, or whether it's to, you know, stream with other people and have a bunch of folks like in a call and playing games, or again, just talking. It's important to me that people have that space. And so hearing Trevor talk about me being a like warm, welcoming presence and like having that space for people. Like that's thank you, Adrian,
Galim
for the
6 heart,
500
Galim
bits.
6 heart.
Thank you for the cry and the hearts. Yeah. I mean this whole thing has been I don't know. It's just it's a vital part of the content aspect for me. For years I've been talking about everyone deserves a seat at the table, and that is one of the things that I'm doing here. If you're looking for a new safe space, I have a sweet new Discord server called the Bripcord, name changing pending. Okay. I know. That's what's, I used to stream elsewhere, but like not under my own name and everything like that. And then I made that switch and instantly everything changed. Like the space was different. The aesthetic was different. The people that joined and came in were different. Between Extra Life of last year and STF and doing these streams, I really do feel like my whole thing has taken off in a way that I was nervous it never would. I know that I mostly lurk around here as it's always late for me, but I know that it's always a safe and loving. Oh, thank you, Bruno. I really appreciate that. And like, the same goes to you, Bruno, too, in terms of like, every time that we've spoken to each other, like it's also like a very like safe and like comforting spot. Just think what could change before the end of this year. I know, Christian, we could move to Austin, Texas next week. Let's go. Christian, I lied. Let's move next week. Actually, we can't because next week I'm going to be at Baseworks. But that was a conversation that Christian and I had the night that we spent together. Ooh. No. But like, oh, thank you, Bruno. Thank you so much for the biddies.
Less than 3
biddies. Yeah, man. I mean, like, I don't know. The space that I create is like, if I was sitting in a place where it didn't feel like it was what I wanted, I wouldn't do it. I would leave, or I would try and reset or something. I mean, what's funny is like, honest to God, the fact that I'm sitting here listening to Taylor Swift right now, I feel like is a huge indication of what the people of this space mean to me. I was never a Taylor Swift girly, I was never, that necessarily, right? And I was always kind of like, yeah, I don't know. But then I met so many people that were like, well, this is a huge part of like who we are. And like, we're a huge part of your community and your space. And oh shit, hang on. This one's my jam though. Okay, even though I was never a Taylor Swift girly, this song I've always been a big fan of. This song I think fucking rules. Do you want it louder? Okay. I don't have a voice, so I can't really sing it, but ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. So, Christian, put it down. I know we just came from Texas, but you can't do that. Don't say that, Jen. Goddamn. That makes me. Yeah, Bruno. The child is Jen, my goddamn kid. Anyway. Ugh. Tiny little Jenadiah. No, but I mean, like, I think back to I had not really been listening to Taylor Swift like at all. And then the Eras tour was, kicking off with all these like live streams, and then we would be playing games together. And my dear friends who like are such a huge aspect of Maya's older than you as Jen is 18 and you're 25, right? So 7 years and then 7 years. So yeah, because we're 14 years apart. And then if you're right in the middle, so yeah, 7 and 7. So you split the difference. Wow, look at that. Queer people doing math and successfully. That's impressive. So my thing is that, I wasn't really paying attention to it, but then people would literally drop everything, including the games that they were playing, to pay attention to live streams that were happening for Taylor Swift. And so, there are a couple clips of me just like literally just sitting there and letting you all have your little moments. We had important business to pay attention to. That's true. That's fair. So not long after that, I was like, all right, listen, kid, give me 5 songs. Give me 5 songs to get me started. Jen gave me 6. And then, of course, I remembered We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together. And I was like, well, of course, that song's got to be in my playlist. But I put Jen's songs in. And eventually I said, all right, give me 5 more. Then I put in, oh, there you go. That's exactly the clip. Then I put in, remember RTX? I don't remember what you're talking about in terms of Taylor Swift. Then I put in a few suggestions from Katie. Got a couple more Jen ones. Got some from Maggie during RTX. So the playlist is now at 31. Oh, shit. I need one more, I think, because I'm at 31. So Jen or Katie, whichever one of you gets there first, I'll take one more. It can't be an odd number unless it's a 5 because that's right in the middle. No, back to the bar though. I mean, like, Trevor was like, I don't know, I really feel like we hit it off, and like that makes sense, right? Because we've podcasted together, we've talked to each other before, and we've really, I don't know, we worked well together, and he very clearly was like talking about wanting to work together again. And then Barb, during the time that she was there, multiple times would just sort of like walk up to me and just like start talking to me as if like we had just been in a conversation, like last week that we never finished kind of thing. It was just like a smooth, it wasn't like a, hey, how are you? Like, how's the thing going? It was just like, she would just walk up and just talk. So I was thinking like, at one point kind of nudging me for a second to like get my attention. Then when I turned, it was like, I was thinking about this thing and like just jumping in a conversation, and like was this thing where I was like, they feel comfortable around me and like I feel comfortable around them. I'm going to time Christian out. I'm going to time Christian out. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. But you're on thin fucking ice. So get out. No, but like, I don't know. We had these really wonderful, beautiful conversations that I was really, I don't know, just vibing with, connecting with. And, okay, well, I do apologize, Christian. You have been timed out at this point. Listen, Christian, I apologize. Wasn't my call. Someone else did it, not me. You'll be back in 2 minutes though, so don't worry about it. It's not that long. But like, I don't know, we just had really good conversations, and like, there's people there that like, again, like I feel like I made a connection with, that like we started talking and stuff like that, but like, wait, unmodding who? Oh my God, I can't believe you've done this, Adrian. That's nuts. Oh wait. Oh, what's funny is that I did that. I did time out Adrian for 2 seconds to be funny, but then you actually asked for it, so I will do 120 seconds. 1 second. Whoops, I misspelled timeout. Dan has got to go. Oh, Danny's got to go. Sorry. Okay, sorry, Jen. I got the VIP. Why my whole chat is just gone? This is unhinged. My entire chat is, well, not my entire, but most of my chat is just gone. Most of y'all will be back in 120 seconds. Some people will have a short time. Hey, what's up, Az? Az got here about, let's see, 12 plus 12, like 24 messages ago. Also, Jen, I think you're back already. Yeah. Oh, good. The timeout didn't remove the VIP for some reason, which is good because sometimes well, there goes the kid again. So, I don't know, just the way that I spoke to some folks and like the way we connected that week was really important to me. On Saturday, I met All Good No Worries, which, as you can see from the hat, and oh shit, the book is upstairs. Oh well. Oh god. Okay, hang on a second. Time out. Sorry, Katie. Also, I will allow the fuck off Christian, but it is going to immediately get deleted because of that. I know, imagine getting to tell a story. It's fine. It's fine. No, but I met everyone from All Good No Worries. And like, again, you want to talk about just like an interaction that made me cry, you know? I was for sure an achievement hunter girly, right? Like my whole life. Christian was just timed out. We're immediately timing out Christian. This is insane. People are using their points like left and right. That's wild. Oh no, this is not. Is there a Taylor's version? If so, I'll put the Taylor's version on. I think when I just added it, I just added whatever came up first. Okay, then would you prefer me to swap that out? I'll do it later. Just remind me. Oh no, that's a good point. I'll just do that right now. Hang on. Change Taylor's version. Add to a playlist. Oh wait, I'm confused. It says that it's already in the playlist. So how did I? Oh, I somehow have this song in here twice, and I have. Okay, there you go. Oh, now we're back to an even number. So I will not be putting in that one from earlier. We're back to 30. I'll get that other song, Electric Touch or Feel or whatever it was, at some point whenever I get another one to go with it. That's a good point, Adrian. I will say everything else I've always made sure that's the Taylor's version, if there was something that was specifically labeled as such. I just somehow have changed in there twice. So, I mean, there were a lot of people who I felt like, okay, like here's a good example. I feel like Jack and I, talked quite a few times actually this weekend. We had some, genuine conversations. What do you mean not me? I was doing what they requested. Or I Can See You or Castles Crumbling in there. No.
Poggers.
Send this to me in Discord and remind me to add those later. I did actually today, by the way, I did listen to the full album. Thank you. Thank you for not believing in me. And also when I was like, hey, don't tell anyone that I haven't had an opportunity to listen to the full album yet. Jen did that immediately. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Again, I did it. I did it like 10 minutes later. I sat down and listened to the whole thing. But it's fine. Because I definitely listened to Timeless yesterday. Because I was told that was the secret song from yesterday. I mean, I'm going to allow it, but I can't believe you call my kid a bitch. What the fuck? So the bar was just great, right? I mean, like, you know, okay. You know, I did hit the wrong button, so I did just pause myself physically. I just barely missed the correct button. I hit the one directly to the left of it. The actual freeze frame. But hey, it worked on the first try. Did you notice that? Why? Okay. I'll do this one, but after this one, let's maybe take a hot second off of timing all of our friends out. Oops. I should spell timeout correctly. Oops. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. I'm late. What did I miss? Not a lot. Stop doing this. We're talking about all the different people that we met at RTX. Quintastic is someone that we spent a lot of time with. So yeah, no, Trevor was just gushed about the podcast, which was insane. And like was like gushing about like, again, like me. I feel like I shouldn't say the word gush. That feels weird. But I mean, was just so complimentary of me and like as a person and as a creator. And then the next day I met All Good No Worries, and it was just the same thing. Like I went over, was talking with them, was chatting with Omar and Gabby about about production. And gosh, I know. And we were talking about stuff, and then Barb leans over and goes, "That's Colin Parker, by the way." And she goes, "He's the best." And they both immediately, again, like, like, I mean, we were having a good conversation. It was like, "Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that people pay attention to this element or that." Like, because every time I meet someone that's in the production side of stuff, I always want to make sure that, like, I talk about some of the, like, elements that I really enjoy that they bring to, like, to the table, because I feel like a lot of people don't recognize or understand or see like the production or like the producing or like the editing like skills of other people, because to some extent like it's like it's invisible, I think, a lot of the times, and I'm putting that in heavy quotes because a lot of the times you're not going to notice it because it's done really, really well. And then obviously sometimes there are things that are done for like comedic effect and stuff like that, so it's going to be different. But like they were already having a good conversation with me, and when Barb was like, "This is Colin," they were like, "Oh my God," like they freaked out. They're like, "I've heard so much about you," all this other stuff. People were just, and I was talking with Elise and Barb, and Barb was just singing my praises. And, I mean, like, I feel like just trying to make me cry because it was the time. Once again, mentioned that I was the best, that, we had a conversation years ago about the importance of all this stuff that ended up being part of the importance of All Good No Worries. I know, trust me, I get it. But yeah, it was this, like the people that I feel like I appreciate, I appreciate all of them, to be very specific, but the people that like I for sure have like I don't know, connection or like understanding or like this, they get me, I think more than some other folks do or would. And the way they treated me was just, I mean, beyond my best hopes or whatever. I feel you. That would actually be a good fit, I feel like. And like, it's that thing of, I watched other people getting pictures taken with All Good No Worries, and like all the photos were like, hey, like whatever, posing, but like half of my photos are people being like this guy, hello, do you see who we're with? Anyway, so I mean, just throughout the whole weekend, I did all this stuff. I saw these. I mean, it was just at every turn, people were singing the praises of me as much as I was singing their praises, and the amount of people that, again, you want to talk about the tension, right? As the amount of people that said to my face, like, "We got to get you out here, man," and I was like, "Yeah, you do." Like, you know, the best way to do that is to get me out there. Like, just say the word, just say the word, and I'm there. You know, I mean, like, people were like, "We got to get you out here," and I was like, I know. Please get me out here. Please, for the love of God, get me here. And I don't know. I mean, I do feel like there are steps being taken. I don't know. I plan on getting, like, physically out to that city for sure. I want out from where I was, or where I am technically. I want to be elsewhere. I want to be where I feel happy and appreciated and loved. Christian, I fucking swear to God. I'm gonna fucking fight you in Minecraft, Christian. I play games all the time. We're not doing one today because people wanted to hear about RTX and stuff, but, like, still. So to finish up RTX though, I saw a lot of great panels, got to meet so many wonderful people, and, like, as your non-manager manager, I encourage you to move to Austin. Thank you. Did you just, like, silence Christian? What happened? I looked up to watching Christian getting nuked for 30 seconds. That's so funny. See, you need an assistant. I get it. But actually, I'm going to wait for Christian to come back. But, like, I'll tell you, Christian and Maggie were two people who were, like, quintessential to my weekend. I mean, to be very specific, there were a lot of people who made a big difference in my weekend and who did a lot for me, and I appreciate them a lot. Like, Danny is a fucking rock star, because there was a weird thing about badges. It is what it is, but I was going to just let it be. But Danny worked with Kai to very quickly make sure that things worked out. Wait, what did Adrian say? What the fuck is going on? This is insane. I keep not seeing a message just in time for Az to nuke some of our good friends. Oh, he asked you to? Okay, that's fine. Adrian, if that's not correct, say, type 1 in chat in the next 5 seconds. Okay, I guess he did ask for it. Oh, okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, awkward. No, but, like, Danny was like was a rock star all weekend, and, like, also not just for me, right? Like, getting working with Kai to get the industry badge, which again is a huge element of how I was able to get through so many doors that weekend, like, literally and metaphorically. Sort of, yes and no. I wasn't gonna necessarily show every picture. I guess I could show every picture, but I will say I did. Okay, we've talked about this before, but I cosplayed as Jeff, and I cover myself in fucking tattoos. And I also did fuckface as my knuckle tats, which is very funny. Okay, this one is actually kind of insane. Instantly dropped Blizz. And then did a little dance. Amazing. Blizz did get dunked on. Little Trevor in his little chair. Me feeling myself with all the tats. This was kind of confirmation that I need to have, full sleeves and stuff. Let's see. Some tweets. Bar crawl. Okay, here we go. Here's another thread. some folks saw Fisher the other day, but didn't get a pick. And so then we finally got a pick this day. Met Datoon, great dude. Met Ash, JP, watch yourself. Watch yourself. You're close. You're close. You're asking for it. JP, obviously, you know, Prof. Love Prof. Got to hang out with Prof quite a few times. I have another story about Prof that is also pretty great, which we'll get to. Then here's a story in 4 pictures. JP is bae.
Colin.
I don't know when this happened in the timeline, but can I request the picture of me and Ash? Oh, yeah. Did I post it publicly or did I only send it to you? I'll find it. I'll for sure show it. So I was here to get a pic with Blizz as Blizz. And then here's a story in 4 photos. As Danny went to take all these pictures, or the pictures of us, Matt was advised not to walk into frame. Matt begins to walk into frame as Blizz continues to talk about it. I'm still smiling. Matt turns directly to the camera to smile directly into the lens. Then as he walks past, Blizz talks his shit and I am still smiling. Met Christian, different Christian. Great guy. Here is, I guess it's maybe an Anma or maybe a fuckface. I didn't really catch what it was, but it was at the Fuckface Museum, right at the tuxedo, which you can see right here. Which also, by the way, was missing for quite a while before the first day. They could not find it, which was very on brand. But Nick, who's just off camera, Eric and Jeff recorded some sort of supplemental episode of something at the tuxedo. I also thought it was Anma, but yeah, I don't know, it was weird. Not weird, but you know what I'm saying. Then saw 30 Morbid Minutes, like I mentioned earlier. 30 Morbid Minutes, 60 fun minutes of panel. And they were great. Had a few guests, had a great slideshow. Then was comedy night. Holy shit, dude. The comedy night was a fucking blast. John, fucking hilarious. Killed it. Really got me. Was about a very topical thing that hits all of us truly, I think, which is religious trauma. And got everyone to sing along to the theme song to VeggieTales, which, I mean, again, yeah. They all killed it, to be clear. Smosh did a Barbenheimer thing, which was truly, that whole thing was unhinged. Oh, don't worry, we'll get to that, I guess. I thought you were going to say the off-topic theme. What? I was going to sing it or say it. Then there was the Brother Lovers Pod, which was new rock stars doing like a bit as 2 brothers from the House of Dragons or House of whatever it's called. And doing too much water. Hang on. Too much water, I say, as I drink more. On the spot, maybe? Is that what you're thinking of? On the spot. Gotcha. They were very, very good. Then, these are not necessarily in order. These are just sort of how I was doing it. Iffy. God, I love Iffy. This is also one of the best photos I took, I think, of the whole night, which is great. The lighting broke for about 2 minutes and then finally popped back on. When it did, it was beautiful. Andrew Rosas was also a great guy to meet because, again, that's someone that I've only met through like a tiny screen before. You know, when we podcasted back in 2022. Wait, Tay had beef with Iffy for 5 minutes? No, what happened? I did not know that. Tell me that story and I'll talk about it. But Andrew told a story that was both disgusting and riveting and so funny. And I was like on the edge of my seat. James Willems. I mean, you know the guy's funny, you know? Armando, Ooh, interesting. Armando had me literally like in tears. Like I laughed so hard I was crying during Armando's set. Uh, Armando just found the center of the target, you know, for like my sense of humor and just hit the bullseye like 3 times in a row, basically, and it was nuts. At the bar crawl, I didn't get a photo with Gabe at the bar crawl, but we did have a conversation and we talked a little bit. And what's funny is that like all weekend, different folks have been calling me old, which you know chat also loves to do. And I said that sort of in passing while talking with Gabe. And Gabe, oh, perhaps Brooke, hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow or the subscribe rather with Prime. Thank you, gamer. Old man Colin, I know everyone's calling me old. Also, perhaps Brooke, good to see you. We also were talking about you earlier. We're sharing some stories from like the rave and everything like that. So welcome in. Good to see you. I would never call you old. You don't physically. Oh my God. Hi, fam. Hi. This is clearly also said fully out of love. Jen never calls me old, like specifically to my face, but Jen does do that thing where she goes, "Oh, I was 2 when that happened." And I go, and it just hits me to the core of my soul, I think a little bit every time. And it's very funny. It's not something Jen has to say. Her existence proves it itself. Yes, that's exactly it. Oopsies. Hi. Yep. Oh, good. Colin, JJ, and I are here. You are not old. Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate y'all. And you know what's funny though is like that's exactly kind of what Gabe said to me. Gabe was like, "Listen, man," he's like, "You're not old. Don't let them tell you that you're old." And then like you know we had a really good heart to heart about you know again creation and all this other stuff. And before he left, I'm gonna be going out. I'm gonna leave the stream on. Good night, bud. Glad to see you back. Thank you, guys. Good to see you, and we'll be gaming together very soon. Danny didn't call me old. Danny called me geriatric. So I did hang up the phone then. And then I went, oh, oops. I guess I'm just too old to know how phones work. Anyway, Gabe and I had a really lovely conversation. And before he left, pulled me in close and then was like, hey, man, this is our time. And this is our game. And then walked away. An hour later, met Gabe at another bar. And Gabe in that hour and like 10, 15 minutes. Oh, good. Okay, thank you, Az. Let me know. Just send me a message. You can send it now because I'll just check Discord later. So I'm like an hour and like 10 minutes later, and he was like 10 or 11 drinks in already. And then Danny and I did a shot with Gabe, and it was gone before we could even cheers it. He was just like, oh, what shot? Yeah, boom, gone. I get it. You're just vibing. And then someone's like, why does the save icon look like that? That's really funny. Bradbrook always has iconic entrances. That's so true. So that's another thing though, right? About that night, about that second night. So we go to comedy night, and then immediately after, we were like, let's just go ahead and head over to the second part of the bar crawl, where they for sure were not really prepared for us for like the RTX folks. That's for sure. They were struggling a little bit, I think, to kind of keep up with the amount of people that were showing up and everything like that. And then they were like going like, oh, well, we can't let you in just yet. So like, you know, line up outside, you know, we'll do this other thing. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna pass out. Like I had not eaten that day. I know, I get it. I'm always preaching to y'all to take care of yourselves and to eat. I just, for whatever reason, I just did not have time that day. It really didn't work out. So it's like, what, 10 p.m., right? It's like 10 p.m., I think, right? And I am feeling like I'm going to pass, like, I'm like shaking a little bit. Like my hand, like my left hand was like really, you know, I know, a very dad move. And so luckily I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it that long. Maggie was like, hey, any chance that we can just like eat? Like, I get that we can't go downstairs with the rest of the crew where everyone's meeting up, you know, soon, where you're going to start letting people in, but like, can we just eat? And they were like, give us a second to figure that out. And so then, of course, when that was said, there was only like 3 or 4 people there waiting. So it didn't feel like too bad. And then like a whole slew of people show up. And as we're talking with them, they're like, they call us over, and I was like, oh shit, well, see you guys. And we just walked past all of our friends and went in without them. And then we sat down and we ate. I was really just trying to get in. I know that also tracks, but also I was hungry. But also, to be clear, Christian is incredible. Christian was one of the most organized people I've ever seen. Christian kept the campground stage on point all weekend. Christian at the bar crawl event I hid my hangry really well. Yeah. It started to come forth a couple of times, but I quickly hit it. That's interesting. I didn't think it showed that I was about to get hangry. So I'm very curious to know what your side of that was then at that point. But Christian was like so good all weekend. Like, Christian's stage was to a T. Perfect, on point at all times. Christian kept things organized, kept things running smoothly, everything like that. Yeah, I mean, like, and then also like, I was just quiet. Oh, that feels like, I like that. Like, what Maggie just said to me straight up was just like, oh, you kind of shut up for a second. So that's how I knew someone was wrong. Which, like, you're not wrong, but also like, damn. Damn. Christian made me feel at home the way he said, hey, get the fuck out of my stage. That's so funny. That's true. So Christian did a great job. And then again, they were not. Wait, Forgot Music doesn't play in VOD, so I do not know. Wait, what song are you talking about? The song that Jen was playing on another day or another stream? Or are you talking about this song? Because this is Dancing with Her Hands Tied. I'll boost it just a little bit. Oh, the one that was playing before this? Hang on, I can tell you. 1 second. You're on your own, kid. All right, going back to the song. Back to where we were. It's You're on your own, kid. Yeah, no, but like they weren't really ready for us, and so Christian was sort of like, despite not working, was working. And Christian kept things running smooth, and like it was very impressive. It was very good. Christian was, I mean, a truly necessary piece of the puzzle for RTX this year. And I'm not sure a lot of people would know that or understand that or whatever, but like I want Christian to understand it and know it. So there you have it. Okay, so the best part about some of this though is that at Comedy Night Part 2, because of how late it was, some people went to the other bar first and then went there. So one person did throw up during one of the sets, and then also one guy pissed himself. So that's what happens when you start a comedy show at 10 p.m. in Austin, Texas, apparently. I don't think I would have functioned without Christian. That's true. I get that. I respect that. And then also after the second bar spot, I was kind of like getting ready to pass out. I was getting ready to go to bed because I had not slept a lot yet so far, right? But then I was told, listen, there's a next location if you are in. And I was like, I don't know if I should go. I'm tired. And then Maggie was like, you should go. This will be good for you. And I was like, but what about my bag? So Maggie just took all my shit. And I mean, sorry, that sounds like she robbed me. No, but like she was like willing to take all my stuff. And again, being a good manager, she was stylist, manager, photographer. I think those are all the jobs. Maybe another thing that I'm forgetting. Yeah, all my belongings are gone, and so is my social security card. That'll be fine, right? But she took all my stuff, and I went to the next spot so that I didn't have to carry it around. And I was at Cheer Up Charlie's with a bunch of folks. Again, that's where we took the shot with Gabe. And then when it PR, that's right, that's it. After that bar closed, which, by the way, in New Orleans, you can have open container on the street. Austin, a city like filled with drinking, does not. So I did have to like chug a drink, and then I was immediately fucking drunk. And then we walked to a food truck where I ate a very good grilled cheese sandwich with carne asada. And then Chad was like, I know a place that doesn't close till 4. So we all followed him. And I was with JP, and I was with Danny and Danny's crew, which was, Bees and Bubbles. And those are like usernames. That's not like she didn't have like a literal bee and bubble floating around like a cartoon character or something. And so we went, and then we started walking, and they realized that they were going to pass their loft, so they just left. They just went home. And so then suddenly I'm walking with a bunch of just Rooster Teeth employees, and I'm going, should I still be here? But I just chose to keep going with it. And I was like, it's fine. So far, no one said bullshit about it. So just keep going. Yeah, Chad does take us the very long way to get to. Fuck, I forgot the name of the place. But we got there. And they were like, yeah, we're open for another 6 minutes. And so we're like, never mind, we're not going in. Then Michael Jones was like, Club Eternal's right around the corner. They probably are open still. And we're like, okay. So we go to Club Eternal, and they were open for another hour, but it was a $20 cover charge, and everyone was like, fuck that. So we were back on the street, just kind of hanging out, chatting, talking. And then it just sort of came down to, well, I guess we're all going home. But there was this interesting moment where, I was standing in the crew of people, and I was a little quiet for a second. And Blizz turned to me and was like, I'm so glad that you're still here. I was like, oh, thanks. Me too. And he was like, no, but I mean, like not just like in the weekend or whatever, but like, I mean, like right now. I was like, oh, thanks. No, I mean, genuinely, like I'm glad to be here. And he was like, are you nervous about this? Like, he was like, you seem nervous. And I was like, a little bit. And he says, like, in terms of that, maybe you don't belong. And I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm a little out of place. And he was like, don't worry about that for even a second. You belong here. He's like, and I mean, like, you belong here. And all of my anxiety about all of it just immediately wiped away because I trust Blizz implicitly. And also, I don't know, that was like a level of validation that I really needed. But it's like just shooting the shit with like Chad, Blizz, Michael, and Lindsey Jones, and like a few other folks that are like sort of like behind the scenes crew that I feel like a lot of people might not recognize names of, but like, you've probably like seen them around or like seen names in a whatever. Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying, Christian. But like, that's the thing is that people kept being like, listen, man, like you belong here. We should get you out here. So it's like, I feel like we're getting close to it. Right. But yeah, Chad did lead us all around the whole fucking city in like the most stifling hot evening. But it was all worth it. And then the next morning, I met with Maggie, like immediately as I walked in through the doors. Maggie had my shit. Maggie was cosplaying as Laurel, and it was iconic. I'll find that picture in a second, but like, we'll get through the other threads in a second. Then I'll look through other people's threads or photos or whatever. I know that some folks have like a time constraint, so I'm trying to get through here as quick as I can. Here is Jessica and Elise signing my yearbook, but like as ghosts and as themselves, which is cute. Here's me getting my picture taken with Jeff, like as Jeff, which was fun. Oh, also Elise took a picture of me at one point and sent like a picture of like me, like kind of like as him. And she sent him to Jeff being like, hey, if you see this guy, like definitely stop and get a picture with him. Like he's dressed as you. And like when he did see it, he laughed really hard at the fuck face, like, fist tats. He thought it was so funny. He was really into it. He was a great guy, really nice. Then again, another pic of JLo and Fisher and I, friends from work. Love them. Great folks. Here's another iconic one. Not my pick, but making fun of Blizz. There's the cosplay as Laurel that I was talking about earlier. BK, Jack, and Maggie just pointing and laughing. Very good picture. This is very funny. This is a good tweet. I love my best friend. This is Laurel with Danny's Blizz cosplay. I took a picture with Blizz 3 days in a row. Oh, this is them. Where's my photo with them? I'm sure it's going up, but we took a pic at the Please Be Nice With Me sign. Christian took this picture. Thank you, Christian. Let's see. This is so funny. I'm seeing double. The butt heart is so good. I love the butt heart so much. But yeah, no, this was a good cosplay. And yes, for sure, Danny crushed it. Let's see. Here's the photo that you're. Hello. There it goes. Here's the photo that you were just talking about redoing it with JLo. The L is very good. Also, hey, you want to talk about compliments that happened this weekend? JLo called me extremely handsome. Sorry, incredibly handsome, not extremely, sorry. And I'm still kind of riding that high a little bit. And then I feel like I'm missing some stuff here a little bit. I guess some of it's in the thread that I did to close everything out. Then on Tuesday, I got to go into the office. Also, again, Danny, making things happen. Got to work here. The second that I posted this photo, like not long after, Michael Lindblad comes out looking for me. And Michael Lindblad was like, oh my God, you're here. Like nearly tackled me and my coffee to the floor. And then asked me for a picture, which again, I was like, what? This is incredible. So like, he asked for a pic. And then also the mods did this. So that's good. Aw, yeah. Quintastic's pretty great, isn't she? This is us on the Inside Gaming stream. Just a quick little selfie in the middle of it. Proof that I was there and doing stuff. Other folks that I met. Oh, here we go. Here's the thread from day 3. Jabren, who's been on the podcast as well. Gabe. And then James Davis, who we've spoken before, but never met. Well, I mean, again, most of these people I haven't met in person. Barb being like, are you not entertained? And then Barb getting dunked. Brooke, bestie, new bestie. The Red Web Pod stuff was so goddamn funny. This whole panel killed me. It was so fucking funny. I did get to take over twice. That's true. And I haven't made the clip yet. I should, but on it, I got to talk about Inside Gaming Squares, and PK was like, "Oh, I hope you had a good time." I was like, "I did." And then I was like, "And I heard that the contestant that won is very cool and very handsome." And then she laughed in my face, and I was like, "Okay, well, that's a good feeling." And then also, here was my shout out to Maggie, the PR stylist manager, co-host, photographer. Here's, I said, always open. And Please Be Nice To Me that already got shown earlier from her tweet. And then in the background here, AK's head's barely poking over mine. Me, Maggie, Brooke. This was right before the rave. This is one of my favorite pictures of the whole weekend. It was a good pick. Love a good mirror pick of a group, Kind of makes me feel young again. let's see. And then let's do the last thread, I guess, which is the one of my week in general. Oh, also, I mean, again, like, look at this. Like, that's crazy to me, right? Just like something, I finally make, like, Michael being excited to meet me. It's nuts. And Danny was there to see the moment where he like nearly threw me to the ground. He was just like so happy. But I was like, I have coffee. Wait. Okay. Here we go. So some of these are pictures that we've seen before and stuff like that. But like, here's the thread where I kind of broke down the whole weekend. Also, these are also pics from Maggie from taking photos of the panel for when I was up there. So here's us with Inside Gaming / Team Neat Dude, me and Alexa. Here's my first win. So here's the tic-tac-toe board, obviously, by the way, as you can see. I got a win. My first win was with Crub, BK, and John. Again, it wasn't about the win. It was just about, having fun. And I sure did. I mean, it was a fucking hoot. I had such a blast. It's easily one of my favorite things content-wise I've ever done in my life, and I want more of it. Rygar! And then photobombing Maggie. Oh, yeah. No, Crub was so fucking funny. And that's the thing. I think, like, we all like to give Crub a little bit of shit, like in like a silly, goofy way. Oh, here's the picture of BK that I thought I was going to post earlier, then I apparently never did. No, but Crub is criminally funny. Like, Crub is so funny. Crub and Scootish during the Jackbox thing, like the duo of them was really good. Let's see. Any other new pics? Oh, here's me with All Good No Worries. Classic. Also Jessica. But like, yeah, I mean, like, this is what I mean by like, I don't know, like, it was a, I don't know, that this moment was one of the like top moments of the entire weekend. Of this M&G? What? I'm like zoomed in so that the pictures are like cropped a little bit. Oh, meet and greet. I know. Yeah, it's a lot of people. It's like almost all of them, which is nuts, but it was great. It was lovely. Love them a lot. Photos that we've already looked through, talked about. Here's where I was like, I didn't get an actual good photo with Christian, but like really talked him up, because not only did he do a great job of like doing his stuff during the weekend, but the same way that Maggie was sort of like pushing me forward throughout that weekend, and like taking opportunities and chances and stuff like that. Christian also was doing that, which is great. Again, some of the same photos that we took. Trevor, Barb and Trevor, like I was talking about earlier. The people that believed in me, all that stuff. And then here's me on Tuesday, having gone back to the office. I wished you went to their panel. Yeah, I got to the last part of it, but like I was standing outside of the panel. I forgot what was happening in the first bit of it, but like I think it was just like there was I was just struggling with part of the getting there that day. But like I was there for like the last like 20 minutes, I think, ish, from standing in the back. And then that's when we met up after that. And that was one of those things where Christian was like, there were like, you could have just asked like to go. I was like, I know, it's fine, but don't worry about it. And then again, this is me in the industry badge. This badge like changed the weekend. I did not go to On the Spot. No. It was a thing of, I wanted to be there early that day, and then the tattoos and everything like that took forever. And then getting over there took me weirdly longer than I was expecting. So it just, it was a perfect storm. But yeah, no, this badge, again, that Danny worked hard to get me, changed the whole weekend. It's nuts. I mean, like, and then Barb, not me sobbing at this thread, but yes, me sobbing at this thread. And also, I had a tweet that was like, hang on. Okay, sorry. I know the scrolling probably is shit to watch. Here, I'll tell you what. Let me do this. Yeah, I also really like that picture a lot. That's a good picture. One of the ones from like from Punch Bowl where I was like just drinking water is also really good. But then that one was also like, it's a good picture. Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. So the tweet that I had was, if I'm honest, I'm not even sure what my life is this weekend. But what I can tell you is that it's the best I've ever felt. This is the happiest I've ever been. I've been embraced in a way that I've practically never felt before, and it's been beautiful. And, again, it was people who were meeting me and seeing me were like, agreeing that this was like a good time and I was thriving. Barb said, remember this feeling whenever you doubt yourself, package this up forever. And then there was also one other tweet that I want to find. What was the thing that I said? Oh, it was the tweet where I was like, it's like insane to me that people are excited to see me just as much as I'm excited to see them. Let me see if I can find that tweet real quick. Because that also had something that she said to me that I was like, okay, I'm going to cry now. Thanks. One second. Kicking my little feet, which is true. Here it is. I said, I think the craziest thing about today is how many people were just as excited to see me / meet me as I was to see / meet them. Like, no, I'm not worthy. And yet every word from all of them was like completely reminding me that yes, I am. And it's instantly the best day of my life so far. And Barb said, being a deeply good person never goes unnoticed. Barb said that while we were out drinking. I think this was before Narbar, but it was whatever that first place that we stopped at. Yeah, I was. Like, Friends Bar, that's the one. Thank you. I know I've talked about it before, but I mean, like, like a lot of people, we all go through changes and, growth and everything like that. And I don't think I was a terrible person, but I for sure, the old me, the young me is someone that like, I'm not always proud of. But I am very proud of myself now and today. And so I put in the work to make sure that, like I was saying earlier, that I have the space that I have and the space that I get to share with all of you, which is why I like this space. Like, it's cool to like have a space that I get to be myself and that other people get to be themselves in, but like, there is no me without all of you, So being able to do this sort of thing, and to be trusted and loved enough to go do the things I did this last week were a lot of times where I think or get nervous that things aren't going to happen. That I might be, and you know, it's also fine. This sort of thing happens to a lot of people, but like, you know, maybe it's going to be, I get a job that I hate and I just do this stuff on the side, and maybe I have 5 viewers and that's it. And maybe it's less. And at the end of the day, that's okay because I'm doing it for myself. You know, first and foremost. And maybe the content and everything like that is just there, you know. The last year and the last week alone has changed the course of my career and the way I mean, again, I'm always proud of myself and the work that I put in, and yet it changed irrevocably how I look at myself and the way that I do things. And I can't express my gratitude enough to the people who have believed in me since the start, that have found me and, you know, believed in me from the moment they met me, from to the people who actively, you know, root for me. Like, there are people that are like, oh, you know, I hope, you know, you do well or whatever, but like, I know I've talked about it before, but it's like, I mentioned to my family what I was doing this week and where I was and what was happening, and people didn't get it. They didn't, I mean, they care, but I don't think they understood. I don't think they understood, but like, being here right now and talking about these things, it's like I'm reliving all of it. And like, it took me so long to process all of it. And it's hard for me to not, it's hard because part of me does have a little bit still that old mentality of like, well, why am I worthy of it? Which is crazy because, again, I know what I'm worth and I know how good I am at the things that I do. And yet, I guess it's overthinking, anxiety, whatever. But like, I was reminded time and time and time again this weekend how lucky I am, and that this is like for sure far from over, and that we're honestly just getting started, which is crazy to think about because I've been doing this for so long. But like, it's really, thank you for saying I'm proud of you, Colin, Danny, and Jen, Brooke, Bruno. I talked to Brooke about this earlier, where I was like, listen, I get it. Men can cry. I've cried. I cried multiple times at the event. I cried at, like, there's just odd little moments that sometimes meant way more to me than I think people realized that I got like choked up at or choked up over. Big boys do cry, but it's also like, I'm trying to keep it together right now because I am nervous that somehow crying will somehow make my voice worse. But there were a lot of moments that, you know, either got like full tears or at least, you know, just like a single tear kind of, you know, just going. And like, you know, I was openly like ready to cry, you know, when Barb sent the being a deeply good person never goes unnoticed. Trevor, like, to my face saying some of the nicest shit I've ever heard. And I was like, I will cry if you don't stop. Like, it was, and I wasn't saying he needed to stop, but I was like, dude, this is there's, I think, like, kind of like two different types of validation. One of which I think comes from, you know, all of you, the people who believe in the journey, that believe in the content, whatever. That made me realize that I'm doing the right thing. There are people that resonate with it and stuff like that. And then there's also like professional validation And like, Trevor is like one of the people that I look up to the most in terms of just creation, energy, I mean, everything. And the fact that he not only like noticed the stuff that I've done, that he's listened to my show, that he's been on my show, that he wants to come back, that, you know, he recognizes the kind of like person in space. Deeply validating. Fucking incredible weekend. All right. I'm not necessarily done talking about it, but the one thing I didn't think about was I didn't bring any tissues. So I'm going to put up a BRB Go Piss Girl screen, and I'll blast the T-Swift. I'll grab some tissues and maybe a little bit more water, and we'll be back in just like one or two more songs. Songs? Stories, or whatever. You got what I'm trying to say. This song, this is A Place in This World. I've never believed in someone more than I believe in you. Okay, all right, I'm going to tell one more thing because I also know that Jen also has to go to bed because she has like a busy ass day tomorrow. But it's funny because we were talking a little bit about this, some of these topics and these things that were happening. Like, for example, Alfredo being so stoked and like ready to talk about Jen and like, you know, how much he appreciates her and her work and stuff like that. And, you know, Jen was like floored that he would say that. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, why would you be surprised that people resonate with you and your work and stuff like that? And I was, you know, talking about why I do and like why other people do. And like, why would she be surprised when she's so good at what she does and that, you know, she clearly gets along with him? Like, why would he have anything other than that to say, you know? And I immediately recognized that. I mean, I had that same conversation with Christian, with Maggie, with Danny, with Christian. I think I said Christian twice on accident, but like, I had those conversations with people about, I don't know if I deserve or whatever, you know, but then like people being like, why wouldn't they say those things about you or to you? And being like, oh, I guess that runs in the family, you know? This like inability to like take a compliment. And that is exactly what that is. I had one more thing to say, and I, hang on a second. Mentally, I'm again running through everything, so I'm forgetting a little bit. But like, hang on, is it inspiration seeing how hard you work and how much you care about not just your work, but the people that have become a community here? It's one of the most welcoming places. I've been on my short time. Yes, okay. I've been here a short time. So young that you know, I really refreshing. Oops, sorry. Someone chatted and it moved. Being so young and finding a nice place like this and being so young. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. Listen, we're all super young, AK. So like, I get it. Like our youth is here now. Your vibe attracts your tribe, and it's no wonder the people who recognize you are so cool. Thank you. Oh yeah, no, I did watch that one. And I was like, ooh. That one hit a little harder than it was that one and oh God, who was on the one where they talked about not imposter syndrome. Maybe it technically was imposter syndrome, but there was another one from, I want to say like 2 months ago. That was like, I commented on it. So it's like there was a thing where there was a thing that was said on that episode that I have a screenshot of to make sure that I reminded myself of it. Which is not on this computer, it's on my laptop. But like there was a thing that was said, when Griff and Blizz were on, they talked about I think imposter syndrome and stuff like that. And there was something that was said that where I went, it's just that thing of I realized that there was a lot of stuff that like I did or said to myself that I was like, oh, yes, I get that. Ooh, but yeah, no, the Mondo and Blaine one also really hit me. I mean, again, that's why Always Open means so much to me. It's like there's a lot of like, deep connections and conversations that happen, and oh wait, I don't know if this was said to my face or if this was a text message. Hang on a second. Give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna just scroll up through 8,000 texts that I've sent recently. There's some people that I've probably texted way too much. I do apologize to the people that I've said a fuck ton of stuff to recently, where I'm just like, hi, I know that we've, already been talking, but here's 20 other topics. One second. Fuck. No, maybe it's not there. Okay, maybe if I just search for the word overthink, maybe this will. I think it must have been in actually talking and not in text, but someone over the weekend, at some point for sure, was like, "Oh, do you like?" We were talking about overthinking, and then it was like, "Do you think you're also overthinking?" And then like drop something that like I hadn't thought was an overthinking statement from like 20 minutes prior. And then it hit me in a way where I was like, I didn't overthink. Oh, and like it hit me in a way where I was like, I am being read in a way that I'm not sure I care for. I was like, I was being read for filth left and right with that one. And I was like, ooh, okay. Yeah, exactly. I was like reporting the picture going, I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Yeah. But I don't know, man, like this week and everything. I mean, there was a time where recently I was like kind of half joking with Phoenix about being like, hey man, like we could just move to Austin. Like, you and I, we could like become roommates. Maybe, we start working together on something. Who knows what, but like we just start working. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, okay. Yeah. And I was like, hey, we could just do this, But it was also like, it was kind of like, oh, haha, wouldn't that be funny? Like, what if we did that? But then, like, between Phoenix and then also, like, Christian and I talking about a lot of stuff, it's been like, and also, like, everyone, like, to be clear, like, everyone this weekend kept being like, so how come you live in New Orleans and not Austin? Like, y'all, like, fucking, like, let me find work. Like, I'll move if someone, listen, if you know someone that'll be like, here's a job. RT, fucking just, what if you just hired me? I mean, crazy. The tension is, okay. I think you all got that. So, no, but like, if I had something lined up so that I could afford to move and live elsewhere. Oh yeah, what I said, Danny, was as follows. Anyway, so yeah, y'all got that right. Yeah. Anyway, everyone keeps being like, why don't you just like move here and just be here? And I've been like, because it takes money, dude. And like, I don't think I gotta find something as cheap as where I am now. So like, you're gonna have to bring me on. Oh, that's interesting. At first, you said I sick at reading lips, so I thought you were saying like I'm sick at it. I was like, uh-oh, Dane's gonna know everything I just said, and then you changed it to I suck, and I was like, oh, well now I'm not scared. I'm actually not scared. To be very clear, what I said, like loud and clear, was as, and I quote. Okay. I don't know what else is to be said about this. I also realized that I was like, I'm gonna put up a going away screen and get like tissues and stuff like that. But let's not. Also, something that was said to me, by the way, this weekend, Colin, I appreciate you a lot and thank you for always being nothing but your genuine self. You've helped contribute a lot to making a lot of people's weekends. You're an icon. And apparently that was not just for, whoa, Bruno, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa, hell yeah. Thank you for the gifted sub to, I don't know, Alyssa, I don't think, or Dr. Karate, interesting. I feel like I've definitely seen those 2 names, but I don't remember who that is. But Danny, other Danny, Vintage Spiffy, Carl, and Az getting gifted subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Was it super loud? Was the alert box like, that's so weird because again, I still can't hear it. Why is this? Okay, what if I turn the monitor off and then turn it back on? Okay, also, I'll turn the alert box down just a tiny bit. But yeah, no, thank you so much. I mean, like, and also, I gotta get some goals, like, reset back up. Now that I've been gone for 3 weeks. And we should talk also about what's coming up soon. So this week, I am gonna be streaming. Don't worry, we're golden. I am streaming this week. You're gonna get 3 streams out of me. But so the last week of July, I have a gig that I do every year called Baseworks. I know I've talked about it before here, but like I run their video content. I typically do social posts and stuff like that as well, but lately I've been doing so much video and like streaming stuff for them that I don't have a lot of time to do like social like posts and content. So sometimes that is a little bit lacking, but because I'm one man, I'm doing it all. I'm doing all the tech stuff for this group, but I really love it. It's like it is easily one of my favorite things every year, and it's gonna be running from. One second. Let me get those exact dates. I will be out of town July 23rd through the 30th. So there's going to be another week where I'll be out. I don't know what I'll be able to do stream-wise. I might try and do some sort of just chatting if I can. I don't know, because sometimes I get cut a little bit early for the day, so I have a little bit of time, but then sometimes I'm working until like midnight or later. So we'll definitely keep an eye on it. But what I will say is there's going to be 2 streams that I will, well, this is not a vacation, this is work. But I will share some of the streams that I am running because one of them will be like the one that's like everything, like the full culmination of the full week. I don't think I'll be playing during that at all this year. unless someone asks me to, I guess, technically. But I think, knock on wood, I should be playing for the faculty recital. Because I usually do it for, at the very least, the faculty like ensemble, like everyone playing something together. But last year I also did a duet with my dad, the guy that adopted me. His name's also Colin, but we did a duet last year, and I don't know if we're gonna do that again this year. But I'm not great at it, but like I'm okay. I don't own a double bass, so every time I do play, it's like pretty much only during the summer or at the alumni concert stuff that I did earlier in June. So like I haven't, I don't typically play often, so I'm a little rusty. But I get up there and do stuff just to prove that like everyone on the staff can do it. And it's not like I did it just to do this kind of thing. I did play in high school and stuff like that. So, and I've done many gigs on double bass as well. Oops. Back when I did have access to one all the time. So, just something I really enjoy. I'll drop social links and stuff like that for it during the week, especially because whenever we do like a video, or anytime I publish something, I'm like, hey, give it a little boost. All right, fam, I got to bounce. Thank you, Colin, for being. Thank you, Brooke. Thanks for being here. Glad that you had a good time at RTX. Glad you survived. Glad you had that you met just so many people and that people loved you the way that you love them. Have a good night. Okay. If there was one person that had a great time, it was Brooke. Oh, that's so true. Brooke for sure had a great time, and it was good to see. It was really nice to see. There were many moments where I would look over and go, I can't keep up, but like, good for her. She's having a blast. Okay, let's actually do a piss screen and get some water. Okay? Everyone get something to drink, get some food if you need it. RTX next year, I will drink with Brooke. Yeah, you should, because it's a blast. She was in her element. We'll see you later, Brooke, and go take care of yourselves. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Oops, let me just mute myself too. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Uh, okay, also, oh, hang on, let me get this screen off my head. To be very specific, by the way, about earlier saying I'm not a Taylor Swift girly, yes, for sure. I do know that it's Swiftie, but that for me, the big thing is that I love describing myself as any type of girly, which might also be on being bi, queer, whatever. Not whatever, but you know what I'm saying, like however it is. Gonna force you to be a Swiftie girly. Yeah, no, you're not forcing me. I feel like we're getting there already. I feel like we're already at that point. I made a timeless ref to Maggie, and she didn't get it. A Swiftie. No, but so like what I love to do is like I frequently will be like, oh, I'm a whatever girly, or I wasn't this kind of girly. A good example of this is like I use that for like everything. So like I used it for this. I know that's a Swiftie, but for example, recently I was saying, oh well, you know, I've always been a pop punk girly, right? So I love doing that. It's already been forced. It's been months. You know, it's a thing at first, Katie, where I was like, okay, you know, okay, this is something that I was talking about actually this weekend, right? Something that's very funny to me about this space and the audience that I have is that frequently, you know, you attract a lot of like what you are to your space, right? And that doesn't mean that I necessarily was expecting mostly men, right? Because I don't necessarily believe in uh, demographics per se. I'm for sure a psychographics guy. And that means a lot of like behaviors or like attributes, not necessarily like male 32, whatever, right? When Speak Now was announced, Colin was in a call and streaming with 5 screaming, crying Swifties. I mean, it's true. It was forever. Tell me that the con and love it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So like my thing is a majority of my audience. I think I one time did like I'll have to see if I have this like still somewhere. I know I have it written down somewhere. Demographics more like Republic graphics. Am I right? Yeah, it's true. You don't have to leave. Well, see, the good news is, by the way, if you're a Swiftie, you can join the Bripcord today. Hang on. And you can get a role that allows you to access the Swifties only category and the and be able to talk to all of your other fellow Swifties without the fear of Christian trolling you. You have your own channel. And your own voice channel as well, by the way. So if you want to, you can sit in there and talk about the secret songs and everything like that without anyone else jumping in. Also, I don't want to point out too much necessarily, but like I will say, Katie and Maggie have both said at this point that I was going to get a friendship bracelet, and I still don't have one from either. And now they're offering friendship bracelets to each other. So like, I just feel like once again, like the streamer gets a little bit of the bullying. I get it. I see it. It's fine. I ran out of letter beads. Okay, that's fair. Go buy more. What? Okay, I'll allow this. What do you mean fuck off? What? I did ask for that. No, Lopez, no. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that. No, but like what I was talking about this weekend was that you attract a lot of people that are sort of like same, similar interests, things like that, right? It's kind of the equivalent of Amazon saying, if you purchase this, then you might also like this, right? Because other people with similar behaviors and habits and everything like that as you have also purchased this thing, right? So, you know, I was figuring there'd be a lot of queer people in my audience, obviously, but I also figured there'd be a lot of like, I don't know, like TTRPG kids, you know, your D&D kids, your pop punk kids, you're football fans. And yet, every time I want to talk about pop punk, anytime I want to talk about football, my chat goes dry. It simply stops moving. No one says anything unless Rygar is here, unless maybe that guy named J-Lo is here. They might talk to me about some of that stuff for a second, and then I will be like, okay, so anyway, Taylor Swift, and then I'll see 12 responses being like, I heard Taylor Swift was mentioned. Football is just a more suck-ass version of hockey. Whoa, what? Who put their foot in what? What are you talking about? Oh, sorry. That took me a second to realize what you were talking about. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, good to know, Bruno. Okay, good. You expect me, a queer teenage girl in my 20s, to care about football. I like pop punk. I just don't know Blink-182. I mean, there's other bands that I mentioned, but I feel like, to be clear, it's not like I only listen to Blink-182. I listen to quite a few bands. And sometimes I'll play it. I'll be like, I love this song. And people are like, turn this shit off. And I'm like, okay. Christian is doing it right now. Christian did something that drove me up a fucking wall on Thursday night. After first night, we went to the NAR bar. And when we first got there, they were playing Sum 41. And I was like, fuck yeah, right? And I was like singing along. And immediately, this motherfucker goes, ugh, Jimmy Eat World. Ugh. I was like, you piece of shit. You know? Then, funny enough, Jimmy Eat World comes on. And Christian's like, ugh, Green Day again or whatever. And just kept doing that same thing. So like every time a band would come on, and at one point, I don't remember what band it was, but there was something that was on. Like some band was playing, and Brooke was like, "Oh, who is this?" And before I could answer, Christian's like, "Oh, it's Weezer." And I was like, "I'm gonna put you through the bar table." I wasn't going to. I'm not a violent man, but I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Katie, Weezer and Green and Day are definitely in there. I would argue that maybe Sum and 41 are both also in the Bible. So I think that you're actually just trying to use religious trauma to silence me, and I don't appreciate that. Also, I just realized how quiet my microphone is. What the fuck is going on? Which is really weird because earlier it was like popping. Am I popping? Or am I peaking, Gary? Gary, am I peaking? How is our audio? That one is, I guess, for only... I guess that one is... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, is only going to be Maggie because I think Maggie is the only person in this chat right now that was at that thing. Hey, Colin, it's 4:38. Don't yell. What do you mean? I'm not yelling. I just turned the audio. I think you're the only person that's here right now that was at that showing or at that comedy night. Because Rachel and Alexa are not here. And who else was there? I don't remember. I can't remember who else was there. But despite like running into multiple people at that first showing. Oh, no, J-Lo also did not go to that one, which is wild. What was your thing, Katie? What the fuck is a Weezer? Do you hate people with asthma? No. Instead, you upsetly adjusted your spiritual fanny pack. Fuck. Yeah, that does make sense. Also, what team would Taylor Swift root for? It's the Eagles. Weezer used to be good. Weezer is no longer good. And I stand by that. Weezer actually used to kick ass. Weezer actually, like, I know we're memeing on some of the songs, but there was a point in time where Weezer had some, like, really, like, good quality music. Wait, there was a funny joke? Katie, where? Point at it. Because it would be a first for you. But like then Weezer started.
Move this man!
But then Weezer really started to fucking tank. Like a good example of this. Hang on, I want to read these lyrics. I feel like I've definitely read these before. Hang on, where is it? Weezer. Here it is. Weezer had a song that came out in like, you're shitting me. This is 9 years ago already. This is so bad. And like you know, because like already, like this is back when he was like, we're getting back to it. Yeah, but listen, I feel like they really started. So here are some of the lyrics. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize that I needed you so much. Oh.
Colin figures out the passing of time.
Okay. No, here's what I mean. It's more of, I know that this song sucks, and I figured, though, that this song was, like, within the last, like, 3 or 4 years, and it was, like, 9. Which means that they've been sucking for way longer than I remember. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize that I needed you so much. I thought I'd get a new audience. I forgot that disco sucks. He wasn't even making disco music. So it's like, I ended up with nobody, and I started feeling dumb, sorry. Maybe I should play the lead guitar, and Pat should play the drums. Take me back to the shack, back to the strat with a lightning strap. Kick in the door, more hardcore, rocking out like it's 94. Like this whole, okay, this is the thing that I don't love. I don't love when bands are like, I'm in a band, this is me, I'm in a band. Like, it's like, stop. It's shit. I changed from not doing it in beat to being in beat. Where it goes, take me back to the shack, back to the strat with a lightning strap, kick in the door, more hardcore, rocking out like it's 94. It's like, yeah, God. Band, I'm in a band. Did you know I'm in a band? I play the guitar. It's like, stop it. Write good lyrics. Write better stuff. And I'll be honest, I get it. Listen, I'm going to be very clear. I'm not at all claiming that I am a better lyricist. I was in multiple ska bands as a kid, and I wrote some lyrics that are whatever, right? They're fine. They're fine, okay? They were all right. But it's just like Rivers Cuomo can do so much better. He wrote the Blue Album. He wrote Pinkerton. He can do so much better. Gratitude and Beyond, it's really just. We have listened to some of it. Hang on. Let me see what I have available. Or that is I can get on this computer. Hang on. Let's see. Where would this be? Oop.
If you change Taylor, I will literally report this stream.
I wouldn't change it. I would have it somewhere else. So I would just pause it for a hot second and just let it. Oh shit, I got paid by Twitch today. Cool. Thanks, Twitch. Perfect timing. Thanks everyone for paying me for being gone for 3 weeks. I actually don't think I'll get paid next month though, because this month is definitely going to be a little quiet. Out of the woods is good. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let's see. Is it this? Hang on. I wonder if I only have copies of this stuff that are just like demos, like as in like literally just me playing. Thank you. Actually, I do appreciate that. Hang on. One second. Let me see if this is. How's this sound? Okay. This is like an old demo. Wow. This is also not even like in the prime of my voice, but it was still when my voice was pretty good. This might be the first version of this demo. So I don't remember little bits of it. Hang on. It's definitely a demo. This is before the real horns. Wow. When you run, you are my impossible astronaut. Yeah, this is me. Oh, you know. Take a hit. Tell yourself that you can always quit. What do I care? You will be gone soon. You're taking off for the moon. Has faded. Is jaded. Not caring what you run, you are mine. Damn. Okay. That was okay. I think that is actually one of my better songs. That whole song was about a kid that we used to play with all the time. Like he used to be in one of our old bands, and we used to jam with him all the fucking time. And then he literally was like, I'll never forget the time where we were getting ready for a gig. We had a show coming up, and we're like, "Hey, we got practice." And he was like, "Oh yeah, man, I can't make it." And we're like, "Oh, what's going on?" And like he was becoming a bit of a a pothead, which is also again fine. It was chill with us. But then he actively was like, I'm not gonna do this like, rehearsal because I have to go smoke with other people. And I was like, or you could smoke with him after. So we got through this whole thing, and like it was this whole thing of like he would just be always like so high that he was, effectively like on the moon. So I wrote this song about him just choosing to be. We should. We totally could. When my voice comes back, we can. Guys, sorry for the change subject. And favor, I'm not religious. Can keep the dog in prayers. Going through surgery Tuesday. One second. Oh shit, hang on, it's moving. It's moving. It's part of liver biopsy. Could be. Absolutely, Lopez. We got you. All the positive vibes and everything like that. Is this which pup? Because I know you got two. Again, these are all like the demos where I did like all of these parts. Like, if in all of these versions, all the vocals are done by me, all the guitar and bass is me, drums are just loops. But the horn parts is like me on a keyboard. Like I physically play these parts. So I wrote all this shit. This song rules. I probably won't play the full thing because it's a little long, but it's a song called Mafia Man. And it's an incredible song when you know the context of it. And the context, so Gohan, okay, gotcha. Okay, I will keep Gohan. I do still stream. JLo, I was just talking about you earlier and talking about how much I love you and care for you. And also how, like, if you had told me like 10 minutes earlier the other day that you were hungry, I was still around and could have brought you tacos. And like, I was literally just hitting the highway when you texted me. So yeah, crazy. So this song is called Mafia Man. So there was a friend of mine who, back in 2012, I think it was the year, had just gotten out of a relationship, with this partner of his who made a blog that was not about anyone in particular. And I'm putting that in quotes. No names were ever dropped, but it's like gave the years that they were dating someone and told a story that like was about like, oh, no one knows what partner of mine this is about, but it's like they'd only dated 2 people in the last 10 years. And then when they gave the dates, it's like everyone that knew her knew exactly what this was about. So she was trying to claim that this friend of ours was in the mafia, that, he had threatened her and her family with all these things with like the mafia related things. Also with like things that like didn't make sense in terms of like what people would or could say or whatever, but also like didn't understand the basic premise of like how like a chain of command in something like the mafia works. And also was like giving evidence and dates. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Do you not know who Quintastic is? This is weird. Okay, this is a weird energy. So what was I going? Oh, no. So like she told all these stories and was like, yeah, and I fear like for my life because of him. And everyone was like, okay, so you wrote this blog because you're afraid. Why did you move to I'm not continuing to ignore you. I read your stuff and I was like, I'm trying to tell you that my fucking story. I'm kidding, Colin, don't mind me. Okay, I don't know. Okay. So I'll let them be interrupted or let him be interrupted. No, so like the whole thing was like she was like, oh, I fear for my life, but then she moved from like literally 2 cities away to around the corner from it. Like from his front door, you could see her house. So everyone's like, okay. But then, I mean, I don't know. Listen, I feel like this is an odd story, right? But like my thing is like, obviously if someone is like, hey, I'm scared of whatever, or of this person, whatever, obviously I feel like, we should always listen to and believe people, right? People that are like victims, but also like when you start coming up with like stories that are like, oh, this guy who's 19 years old is in the mafia, like who can barely tie his own 2 shoes together, et cetera, et cetera. It's just that thing of the more that you know about the person and the more of the blog that you read, the more that it was like what was potentially the truth and like reality just kept doing this. And it just kept, right? So, the thing is that almost every lyric in this song was something that she wrote in the blog because I thought it was funny. And I just changed a few things so that they would rhyme. I'm not going to change the whole thing, but it was like, the only thing I think that I did add entirely on my own was the bridge because I was like pretending to be like an outsider from the story. And then also the one of the lyrics in the song is just a Godfather reference where I say, take the gun, leave the cannoli. Or leave the gun, take the cannoli. You get what I'm saying. Said it wrong. I know, I used to be really good, and it's a little upsetting how little music I do these days. Classical guitar part from Alex. To be like a little Italian restaurant. Oop, chip note there. That's loud. Learn of his bad, ba, ba, da, da. He wasn't even Italian. Okay. And I'm skipping forward. This is the part I really wanted to get to. This bridge is so fucking stupid and funny. Okay, I will. Girl, you squeal now that you'll never be free. Every ruby enters for bugs. Drunk 300 the Tappan Zee Bridge. So he's coming for what? Okay, one of the funniest things to me about this song, and also, like, again, it's that thing of, I really wish I had footage of us playing this song, because we played this song, I think, like 5 or 6 times before the band disbanded. Okay, here's the thing about the little fish thing, right? Again, these are things that were from her blog, so she kept being like, I was just a little fish that didn't know to swim away, because he was a shark who was trying to eat me. Like, this, she literally at one point says, this Italian shark and his mafia family, they had so many, like, it was like, she was like trying to do like these beautiful like analogies and metaphors and stuff, and it just wasn't landing. So like every time she was like, I was a little fish that didn't know to swim away, I thought it was funny to be like, yeah, it's something. This Italian shark, can you imagine a shark that's like, hey, yo, I'm swimming here, what are you doing? Oh, these are my waters. Oh, you can't go over here. That's a little chum bucket. Anyway, that song was nuts, but like I love doing that little like the bridge was like a 1950s breakdown. And so like having like, you know, a band of 7 people do the like that whole thing with like the 4-part harmonies. Again, I know it's very Beach Boys, but like people ate that shit up. It was good. It was fun. Like it's a little bit of a long song, but like it was good. This one might be the funniest thing I ever wrote. Because this whole song, this one's quick and fast. Explanation. Kid in the band was like really digging this one girl that they were going to college with, and they were like, you know, I really was, you know, like trying to kind of like make something happen, but I don't think it's gonna work. It's like, what do you mean? And they were like, well, you know, I want to go on dates. I want to, you know, have things happen, but like they're definitely not that kind of person. I was like, well, I mean, like, how do you know? You haven't even asked them on a date. Listen, it was a little fuckboyish. I get it, you know. Okay. But then they were like, well, no, she's a good Catholic girl. And I was like, oftentimes it's the people who are quiet or like, you know, reserved and some of that are actually the freaks, right? They're actually the ones that are like, they'll rock your world. So I wrote a song called Good Old Catholic Girl, which was basically, I think, written from the premise of the song when I was writing it was a guy being like in church, like having a crush on like a girl in like another pew and like hoping that this was who she was kind of thing. And there's 2 parts in this song that I feel like, or 3 parts really, that everyone really resonated with, or at least like enjoyed. It's the beginning. There's a little thing right in the middle that like always got laughter. And then the ending also always got laughter. How long is this song? Again? Okay. It's not super long, but. And it started with a hymn. The brass would do this 4-part chorale. There you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just to point out. Coming up next on ABC Family, America's Home Funniest Videos. God damn, those lyrics are good. That first verse. It's the first line that really gets me. Hang on, I'll go back to it in a second. I used to be so good. No, I gotta make her mine. I wanna introduce her to this sinning world. She's a good old Catholic girl. God damn, that part is so funny. There was a solo here. Wow, I could sing high. That ending never disappointed because other people would also in the audience always sing Amen with us, and it ruled. I don't know how to actually do that. I don't know if I'm going the right direction. That song, again, always slapped. Oh, that fucking song was so good. I do miss the old days. Yeah, man. I felt so fucking good about those things. Fuck. There you go. Exactly. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome, JC. You're welcome, fam. We just went to church. But also again, like the I can't really sing it, but the part where we sing then Jesus Christ. Because that was also like we would do this and then Jesus Christ, right? Right before the ding, 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 and there was a little solo there, but like it's just us singing 4-part harmony and everything like that. Yeah. Well, I was Harold Hill in the Music Man Jr. I've been, I know we talked about it a little bit over the convention. God, let's see, what roles have I done in my past theater life? Willard in Footloose, of course, because I'm a white man that can't dance. And can do a southern accent. So, of course, I did like Mama Says, don't drink hot coffee while lying down in bed. Don't even give it a thought. I don't have a voice right now, so I promise it sounded much better than that. I was the mayor's daughter. Ooh. I'm in Greece. I've been Danny, Kaniki, Roger, and Sonny. I think I've been four. I've been 4 out of 5 different T-Birds, which is fun. I've also played the bass in the pit for that show. I've done Grease way too many. Why not Sandy? Because I don't look good in the poodle skirts. Let's see. I'm forgetting like every fucking show I've ever done. Scarecrow and Wizard of Oz. Birdie, Conrad Birdie, and Bye Bye Birdie. Damn. Again, also when my voice was higher and like in good condition, I fucking crushed the Conrad Birdie shit. That was probably the most confident I ever was as a person. And I wonder if it all went downhill from there because I was like, I'll never top that. I was Sohovic and Damn Yankees. I was, which is just like a baseball player. Wasn't anything too special. I was, goddamn, why can I not remember a single fucking show I've been in? Something in Aida. By like a named character. It wasn't like the top, but you know, I was fine. A lot of shit in the not the Story of Eden. What the fuck is that show? Children of Eden. Because if you weren't father, then you were playing like everything else basically. The Baker in Into the Woods, Tom Sawyer in Big River, Mr. Mushnick in Little Shop of Horrors. I forgot the name of the character, but like an old British man in Jekyll and Hyde, an old British war general, and Then There Were None, which is not a musical, but still. I was General something. I was an old man, and I talked a lot about the war. Does sound and lights count? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's part of the theater going experience. Once on This Island, Les Mis. And then I've played, there's a bunch of other shows that I've done. Me as a Cogsworth, I've actually never been in Beauty and the Beast, weirdly enough. It was just never a show that was like being done whenever I was around. In the Pit, though, I've played for Hairspray like 4 times, Grease twice, Legally Blonde. That show, like the music fucking rules, but it's so hard. Mamma Mia, The Wedding Singer, that music also fucking slaps. Shrek, that music also slaps. Newsies, Your Good Man Charlie Brown, Little Women, the Putnam County Spelling Bee show. I forgot what the name of that is, but I mean, I've been doing this for years, Christian. That's where it comes from. Wizard of Oz, I've also played in the Pit for that. Because a lot of the times, think of it like this too, right? Like I used to play professionally, both being hired to play for like local shows and also played at the local dinner theater as well. So, you know, sometimes like with the dinner theater, like, you know, they would do 6 or 7 shows in a year. So, for a couple years there, I was playing multiple shows. Like I was playing like 9, 10 shows in a year. The Wiz, You're in Town. But yeah, I mean, I've done theater since I was like 6 years old, technically. In The Wiz, I just played in the Pit. That was one where I was hired on. I was not in the show. Because it was a like private school that was doing it, like a private local school. And then I played in the Pit. They paid really well too, because it was a private entity. Holy shit, they paid well. It was very clear that like people that were like making the decisions for like what people were getting paid, like didn't do professional theater. Cause like when I was doing professional theater, I was getting paid like $75 a show, for like the local dinner theater stuff. And, this place was like, I don't know, like 150 per performance or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. It wasn't quite 120. I think it was like 100. I think it was 120 rather, not 150. But it was like, because it wasn't double, but it was close. And I was like, okay, yeah, dude, sure. Because it was like 10 shows and like 4 rehearsals. And like, so it's like, I made well over $1,000. And I was like, that's insane. Sometimes when you get like hired by a local school, you were lucky if it was like 500, 600, you know, for the entire thing. Yeah, I do agree with JLo. I think that like theater kids frequently don't thank tech kids enough. Not tech kids, but you know what I'm saying? Like tech, like anyone that works tech, whether it's professionally or, you know, in high school, tech is like vital. Lights and sound. I also ran lights and sound for the theater, for whenever it was getting rented out. I ran either both of them or just lights while another kid did sound. If it was like big enough and they needed 2 people to work it, then I would do just lights and he would do just sound. Sometimes I would just be working both boards on my own because it wasn't that difficult. When it was like just like rented out by like, I don't know, like sometimes it would be like the middle school next door or the elementary school next door would want to do their concerts. So I would just turn on the lights and turn on 1 or 2 microphones or whatever, and that was it. And that paid $12 an hour when I was in high school. And I get it. I know everyone's going to make a comment, but that was in the 2000s. So $12 an hour back then was pretty good, pretty decent money. Especially for like a high schooler who was like, I don't have money. But the county used to pay us. And then eventually the county started going, oh, wait, actually, this is not smart for us. Because like they were like losing money to tech kids. Anyway. The county also never paid me the last like $200 that they owed me. So there's that. $12 when Colin was in high school was a down payment on a house. That's 12. Yeah. $12 in 2008 worth today. It's only worth about $5 more. So it's not incredible. But it was there. Okay. Before I go back to other music, I want to see if I can find some really old shit. Probably don't have it accessible on this computer, but like if I could find the music for this one song that we had called Guitar Hero. Damn, I only have the lyrics. Look at Me. Oh my God, I forgot about that song. I also only have the lyrics to Look at Me. But shit, those were good. They were so stupid. They were like 2007, 2008 ska band. With that kind of money, he could have bought me a drink at RTX. Listen, I am poor right now. So let's not do that. I did just pay $1,000 of rent for an apartment that I can't even live in right now. So I'm, not really stoked about that. Y'all need to chill. Okay, I'll read a couple of these lyrics because, again, sometimes we've really, especially in our high school band, we really loved, like, what if we just wrote something that was outrageous, right? Like, we didn't want to be super serious back then, of course. I'm living La Vida Loca with a polka and dance moves hotter than John Travolta. Making you move while my band sets a groove. Does anyone care to ask me why? I get up when you're all feeling down, combing over your long hair and sulking around. In spite of your pain, there's something in my brain that makes me want to let it out and go insane. This was half of this. Here's the, I don't know why I'm prefacing it. Here's some classic Dan. I want to be a guitar hero, shredding on stage at a sold-out show with a feeling of superstardom on my side. I have the power to be a star with a few funky notes on my guitar. When the drive is over, I hope I'll be satisfied. And this whole thing was not even about actually being in a band. It was just literally playing the game Guitar Hero. We wrote this while doing that. Again, and you can tell a little bit because like there's some stuff in here that is just about us like playing in my basement. Catching a wave while you're sitting on top of your computer chair, checking for various updates. Bittersweet breakups are never fun, but in my world, life tastes just like cupcakes. Taste the rainbow, watch Shorty get low, watch the drummer count me off, 1, 2, 3, go. Party all night, rock and roll all day. Does anyone hear me say? How I stand up, don't you know what you're missing? We're all tearing up the party and it's totally bitching. So for all you dudes who have the moody blues, look on the bright side of life. Oh, God. Without a doubt, I want to play my heart out. Use my skills to get the fans chills as they shout. One more song, one more song. Look at all the haters and prove them wrong. One more song, one more song. Get up, everyone, and sing along. You're shitting me. I found lyrics to a song that never came out, never got played anywhere. No. Oh, God. Every now and then you find something that's like so cringe and you're like, you're fucking in. Wait a minute. This is okay. I am reminiscing again. Here is some lyrics from one of the only songs that my first band ever did. That this one kid, Chris, he never wrote anything except for this one song. He brought it in. Called "Jump Off a Bridge Because No One Else Is Stupid Enough To," which, for God's sake, that is such a like Midwest punk emo song title. Like, something to look at, something to see. Clog my lungs so I can't breathe. At least I'll know there's something that can take my breath away from me. What will it be? It's just, I won't read all this stuff because that's like his stuff. I don't want to get into it, but like, God, there's so much shit in this. There's Local Band by Dan. We just formed 3 weeks ago, my parents' basement, putting our talents to the test. This is a side project from our other bands, making us a super group, I guess. We saved up from our summer jobs to get some big producer, and this fall we're recording our EP. Take some time to listen to some demos we put together. Online, you can download the MP3s. We're a local band with big plans. You better start listening now before we leave this town. We're a local band taking on the world. You better take notice of us before we bust out on the scene. We just booked some new gigs at churches and high schools, fundraisers. We'd love if you came out to a show. We need to sell 50 tickets to play in the city on a school night. Our dedicated fans will surely go. Head over to our merch tent while the other bands are playing. Support our cause by purchasing a t-shirt with some cool design. Headliner dreams, shrieking and piercing screams from the girls in the front row, and our guitarists wearing girl jeans. The 2 girls from the promo group would love to help us out, getting us shows at the non-alcoholic clubs. And members of our street team take this stack of flyers and distribute them across suburbia. Every now and then, he did this thing that was very funny. No, listen. It's because I'm reading it, and like it has like a 3 meter to it. Because this was in 6. So it would be like 1, 2, 1 kind of thing. Or sorry, 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, 2. But just some of these things, but also he really loved sometimes setting up a rhyme and then just completely not going for it, which was just like, he was like, I like to pull it away last second. Kind of like edging, I guess, in music. Anyway. I don't remember how the music of that goes, so like it's for sure very out of meter because I'm just sort of reading. Chemistry was a good song. I might have that one. I don't need chemistry to be successful in my life. I don't need you telling me how I'm wrong and why you're right. Got another day to live through before I'm let out in the wild. They might as well stage my future, lock me up, and put my name on file. See the potential, the essential credentials, the steps it takes to be the top gun. Lost in the voices, displaying the choices of where I'll end up when the day is done. I definitely have this one, though. Hang on. 1 second. This will be the last one I share. I don't want to, make people sit here and listen to all my... This is a song from when I was... Holy shit, I did not remember how loud that was. This is from when we were 16. Sorry, that actively scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit. Rock pushing. sax is super loud for some reason. Watching the voices of mine, the choices of where I'll end up when the day is done. When the day is done. Will the darkness cover up the sun? Or vice versa? Damn. That is like a super old demo. We were missing trumpet and trombone for some reason. So we only had 2 out of 4 horn players. But yeah, man, this was like 16-year-old. This was half of my life ago. Holy shit. Wow. I wrote that song when I was half of my life ago. We recorded that when I was 18, I think. I want to show another song called Good Enough, but the lyrics are so fucking terrible. Oh, God. That was definitely age 17, first like major breakup. Ugh. What a fucking terrible song. But also, everyone knew the goddamn lyrics every time we played that song. To the point where like other bands that I was in, people were like, hey, can you bring back Good Enough and Dr. Pepper? And I'd be like, yeah. And be like, hell yeah. So I played those 2 songs for like 8 years, basically. This is Dr. Pepper. Okay, that's enough. I don't need to make people sit there and listen to every single song that I've ever written. But the next lyrics were, the clock says 2 a.m., but I know it's 2 minutes too fast. Pick it up now, let's get moving. 2 is just a thing of the past. No, wait. That's the second verse, isn't it? I got this caffeine in my heartstream and it pumps away the pain. Yeah, that's the next lyric. Shit, wait, what was the... Ooh, hang on. I'm singing the wrong verse. So then what is verse 1? Whoa. It's been a long time since I've played that song. Maybe I should have kept playing it. Dr. Pepper went... I can only remember the last half of it, which is weird. Frustration hanging over me because my favorite linking verb was sounds like a familiar story. There it is. I can't sing the next note because it's too high. Maybe, I guess. She has a smile fortified by many moles of fluoride. Minimal use of cliche, but chemistry was never my forte, which is also a reference to our own music. Sometimes we were fucking clever, dude. That's all I'm saying. Fuck. You know, it's like weird to think about like, okay, earlier we were talking about being proud of yourself. Oh, I'll put on other music again. Now that we're done with that. Now that I've had my moment of reminiscing about being a musician back in the day. Like we were talking earlier about being proud of yourself and being proud of your work, right? And that's that thing of like, the band didn't work out, right? Or none of the bands worked out. But like, there was a lot of stuff that I feel like I learned then that does lead into what I do now, right? I used to be the front man. Did Lopez report the stream? Or I mean, I don't think so because I'm still live. But I mean, like I was the front man of those groups. Like I was the person that was addressing the crowd. I mean, I was the lead singer, which is wild to think about because I don't clearly sound at all like I used to sing. But I mean, I I used to have like fucking pipes, dude, and it's upsetting. No, Lopez, please don't. I don't want to get in trouble with John Twitch himself. But like, I don't know, man. Like I used to make some clever stuff, and I used to like make people laugh, and sometimes people would dance. That felt pretty good. But at the same time, like I feel like, you know, maybe I don't make people dance now, but I do think that I still make people laugh. Please say that you laugh. It'll be actually terrifying if everyone here is like, I've never once laughed while watching your stream. It will actually maybe end me. But
Move this man!
don't you, I've been enjoying the music. I don't know. But my whole point though is I feel like at the end of the day, like I am very proud of the stuff that I do and the things that I have done. Like there's a lot of good shit. You can find Taylor Swift online. I can't find original Colin music anywhere. Yeah, a little bit of that. Some of that is a little bit by design. Because like, also some of it is I didn't write it by myself. Some of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, so sometimes I'm like, I'm not sure if I can publish some of this stuff without getting their technically like rights or whatever. But like, I don't know, like the Impossible Astronaut, for example, I wrote entirely by myself. If I can find the version that's not the demo track version of it, like if I can find the EP version of it, that would be good because it has Dan Vaughn on drums, Alex Taylor on bass, right? That one might have been me still on bass and Alex on lead guitar and me on rhythm guitar. Michael and I on vocals. Michael and Dan and I on vocals because there's 3-part harmonies in there. And then Michael trumpet, Jacob sax, and Dan trombone. I'm pretty sure that's what that demo sounded like. Yeah, that tracks because I don't think Dylan was in the band anymore by the time we made that EP. And like somewhere I have a bunch of stems from like when we did, we were working on a full length album. So like some of those songs that you heard that like never got published anywhere for sure were like in there and we like started them. We started an album and we never finished it. And yeah, and that's also kind of like a little deeply tragic to some extent. There was a song that like to this day, oh God, I wish we'd been able to put out. Cause like we technically never finished it. Like we never got the last instrumentalist in for the recording of it. And I never got to do the organ part for it. But it was a song called DTP, which sounds dirty, but it literally just means down to play. And it was a thing where it was like a little funky little instrumental piece. There was no lyrics, except for like the count off or whatever. But then like, there was a solo section for every single horn player. And then at the end,
PP poop down to fuck.
so yeah, down to piss is also funny. But actually every time we would do the show or play that song on a show, we would say, what's the P stand for today? And be like, I think down to piss was one. I think we never said the correct answer. I think we would always just say something, you know, ridiculous, another P word. Next chapter. No, but like, it was a lot of fun. I really liked that song because also it was like a chance for me to like not be taking the forefront. Cause I always try to make sure that like, for example, a lot of those songs featured some sort of solo. Not all of them, but many of them did, or some sort of like little feature. Like Impossible Astronaut has a duet that is only trumpet and trombone. And we would always, you know, point to Michael and Dan. I always make sure to give the kudos to the people like, you know, around me because like a lot of the times frontmen will kind of just take all the praise. a little bit, or, you know, not really thank everyone in the band often enough, I think. So that was always a big focus for me, was making sure that everyone had like a time to shine. Everyone had a moment to say something if they wanted to. Because not everyone wanted to, but sometimes you would be like, Michael, why don't you address this next song? Or why don't you tell the people, you know, what we've got going on or whatever, you know, like Michael would do that. Sometimes I let Michael just like sing lead on a song or two. I liked to share the spotlight, and that's, I think, tough for a lot of bands. That is sometimes a thing that causes some bands. Sometimes you really like, you take all these things, you take all these elements, right, of a band, and sometimes you stack them a little bit, you know, a little bit like, I don't know, like a plate of pancakes or something, right? But then like, what you do is you just pour this like syrupy whatever stuff, and it's like, it's maybe a little on the sides, but it's only the top one that gets like any of the, like the good stuff and like the butter and everything like that. You know, you're just stacking these things up and then not really utilizing it. So anyway, that's also a deep cut reference to something that, you know, if you listen to an old podcast of mine, you'd maybe get. And that isn't me shaming anyone for not listening to my old content. That's just simply, that was just a fun little thing for me. Yeah. Anyway, I feel very proud of the work that I've done over the course of my life, whether it was in a band or, you know, getting started with content. I mean, like, some of my oldest, you know, YouTube shit is still out there because we didn't take all of it down. So, like, if you're ever like, what was Colin's very first video edit ever like? You know what I mean? You can go in and go to like the Scavengers Network. You can watch Family Game Night Trivial Pursuit #1 and watch where like I didn't fully get all of these elements that I was doing. But I was doing my best. Or Castle Crashers #1, where I hadn't quite figured out exactly how to cut for time just yet. Because it was my like second video I'd ever edited, but not the second video I put out, but still. But like, you know, I started to really kind of figure it out. I get my feet wet and I start to figure certain things out. It is interesting that there's one video where parts 1.1 through 1.3 are gone, but for some reason 1.4 is still out. I don't know if that's all supposed to be hidden or if for whatever reason they got pulled. I have no clue. Single Player Sunday, GTA 5, Happy New Year is great because it's like I had lost my voice, but not because of being sick or anything like that. It was like I went to a party, I think like the night before, and I drank so much and my voice is like an octave down. And then, hang on. I say something along the lines of like, I think one of the funniest things maybe I've ever said is I almost get hit by a car. And I say, and I'm dressed up as Santa Claus, and I go, whoa, Santa almost became a statistic. And that is something that I think about a lot, actually. I think that's one of the funniest. Santa almost became a statistic. It's just very good. I feel like I'm describing something instead of showing it. So, you know, obviously it's very funny. Good job, Colin. No, I don't know, man. But I've got some good shit out there. And then some stuff that's like, buddy, you want to leave that one up, huh? It's okay. It's a little lackluster. And I'm like, I get it. I know. Trust me, I get it. I know. I've also published stuff recently that I've been like, oh, it's fine. Ooh, I've hit 500 views, though, on my new YouTube channel. Woo. I need to put out a new video. I was supposed to put out a new video while I was at RTX, and then I didn't finish editing it while I was at RTX, and everyone was like, you're on vacation, stop working. And I was like, oh, okay. So there will be a Skyrim video coming out probably Monday. I'll probably edit it tomorrow or finish editing it tomorrow. I do really like, I stop the video when someone says something that you can't say today in LA Noire. I do think that video is pretty funny. At least it's funny to me. I hope other people enjoy it because, like, I had a great time because I really, really expected them to take way less time to say something fucked up, and then they surprisingly took a while. But then when they get to it, when they really hit it, I mean, they really hit it. when they say we're gonna say something that's cancelable like today kind of thing, well, I mean they fucking go for it. No, the video is it's you say that it's funny because like I think in terms of when the game itself like once you're actively in the game, I think it only takes like a minute before they say something that you're like, okay, well we don't use that word anymore. But I technically had all I'd done was driven the car for 20 seconds. So I was like, okay, let's actually play the game though. But I could have probably just cut it right there and had it be a 3-minute video. The no exposition episode where I was like, all right, no exposition. And then I explained everything anyway. Damn. Do I have time to get Taco Bell before I end? Probably not. I mean, unless people have other things they want me to talk about, I was thinking about ending. But I mean, like, I'll tell you what. One in chat if you want me to keep talking or if there's other things that you want me to talk about. If not, I can, if people say one, I'll stay. But I don't want to overstay my welcome either. You know what I mean? I kind of also want to talk about. Can I be honest with y'all? I had a late lunch. Thank you, redeeming a story time. I had a late lunch, and so I was like, I don't really need dinner. I think because like I had such a late lunch, and then halfway through the stream, I was like,
Hey, besties.
I'll do it for free. But I'm hungry now. And there's no food in the fucking house. Let's see here. Okay, maybe I just got a notification that my gift sub to someone has expired. I don't think I've ever watched this person, so I don't know how I don't think I even saw that I had a gift sub to that person to begin with. I'll tell you what. I'll make y'all a deal. I could do delivery. Okay, I'll tell you what. Christian, give me 5 minutes and then you can go. Oh, do you need to go there before midnight? Is it like they close at midnight one? Which it would be weird because it's Taco Bell. Because I'll tell maybe one more story and then we'll raid over to someone. They close at 2 a.m. That's kind of what I figured, yeah. Let's see. What story, though, could I tell? Do people want like a theater or... Oh my God, the pulled over story. Yes. No, hang on. No, you know what? I want to hold on to that one, Danny. I'm going to save that for the next stream because I need something to start my stream. But that's a good one. That's a fucking good one. I did, and it was weird. Ow! Fucking hit my knee. I'm gonna leave that for Monday's stream, or maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's the 16th. I don't record the podcast tomorrow, do I? One moment. Looking at my schedule. I don't record again until Wednesday. Yep. Okay. Okay. Well, then maybe I'll play a Jesus game. Quintastic. I mean, what are you going to do about it? Maybe I'll play like a VeggieTales game. I was in Sicily for 2 weeks last August. Oh, what? I'm drunk in the back of the car. What? Oh. I didn't realize what you were saying at first, and I was like, where is this coming from? What's happening? So, Fortnite Monday? How does that sound, Katie? Would Monday Fortnite be good for y'all? People keep saying Fortnite when? Monday. And I'm going to let Christian have first dibs because Christian gets upset. I did not pause Taylor. She's still playing. Christian gets upset that I invite other people, despite me being like, Christian, like, you can just say that you want to play. Like, if I don't know you're there, how do I know that you want to play? And then he goes, oh yeah, I guess it's a good point. No, okay, here's a story. And I'll tell it in like 5 minutes, in less than 5 minutes, because it's still RTX related. And it also does sort of point out something good about Christian. Because, like, again, I think Christian is kind of like this stream's Crub, right? Like, sometimes Christian's like the villain or whatever, but like, actually, I think we're all clearly friends with Christian. We appreciate Christian. Christian and I had 2 very lengthy conversations. Actually, Lopez, also, yes, you for sure have. I have never done anything except for be a villain. Yes, 100%. So we had 2 very lengthy conversations. One of them was Sunday. One of them was Monday. Sunday was very interesting because it was like mostly just like, let's debrief all of AwesomeCon. AwesomeCon? Why did I say AwesomeCon? I think I saw Awesome Kick-Ass and mentioned the wrong convention. Let's debrief all of RTX so far, because there were a lot of stories that Christian had that I hadn't heard yet. I heard about how Christian was like, yeah, Sarah was like, let me know if you need anything. But then I kept my shit running so well that I never needed Sarah. So I was like, that's a good sign, though. That means that you never had to bother Sarah. So that's a good sign. Christian is very neat. But then we also, the next night, had a very long conversation that was, again, you want to talk about people. Also, hello, Dean. I feel like I didn't say hi. Christian is a very supportive person and a very supportive friend. And I really appreciate that Christian knows, like, hey, man, like, here's where you're at right now. And I know that you already have plans or, ideas for how you're going to continue and how you're going to move forward and keep the ball rolling. But let's talk about some stuff, like some ideas that I have that I think that you should do or that you could work on, kind of thing. And Christian then proceeded to take me to, what was it, Eureka? Was that the name of the place, right? Wait, why do you feel like you're being gaslit? Can you not hear the music? What's wrong, Lopez? Or is it because I'm being nice to Christian? I don't know what's happening. Okay. All right, I'm just going to move on. So, no, because y'all saying Christian isn't a villain. That's funny. No, but like Christian sat there and like went to Eureka and then also like refused to let me pay, which was also very nice. Christian was just like, no, listen, I'm going to pitch some stuff to you. And so like, you're going to listen and like, you're going to take care of yourself and you're not going to worry about like, well, it's a little expensive to get this. So maybe I won't. He was like, just get the thing that you want. And like, just, we'll take care of it. So then Christian proceeded to give me just like idea after idea after idea of like, I mean, they're all connected, to be clear. It's not like Christian was like, here's 20 TV shows worth of content, right? Like that would be nuts. And I would be like, Christian, save some of it for yourself at that point, right? No, but it was like, here's this one main idea and then like all the different little pieces that went into it. And we talked about it for like hours. And also, again, just like the night before where I was like, okay, I'll hang out and talk for a little bit, but like, I need to finally get some rest. Let me sleep. And then we didn't. Sunday, I think that we were like, initially it was J-Lo, Maggie, Christian, and I were like, okay, we're going to get some food and then like call it quits for the day kind of thing. And it was like, we'll stay out till 9. And so people left at about like 8:40. And then we were like, all right, well, we'll hang out for like an hour or so. And then the next thing I know, it was like 3 a.m. And I was like, shit. And I was like falling asleep, talking and like sitting up. So I barely got to the Uber, basically Ubered back, crashed, and then woke up the next day and had to get up and pack and everything like that and move around. Christian, in your room, you ain't doing much sleeping. Okay, to be clear, I was in Christian's room at that point. But we were talking a lot, and then I was like, I need sleep, and then I did not sleep. But it was fine. It all worked out. And then Monday night, Christian and I, again, just sat there and talked, and like Christian just gave idea after idea. And I like Christian, because of like how humble he is, like as much as like we're all sort of messing with him, he was very humble because I was like, Christian, like, this is your idea that like, why aren't you pitching yourself as like a part of like, as a part of this? Like, why are you not attaching yourself to this in any kind of fashion? And Christian was just like, oh, I didn't want to assume, or I didn't want to whatever, or like, yeah. And I was just like, Christian, like, come, like, just do this thing. Like, we'll talk about it together. We'll work on it together. I'll give you all the things that I know about like what you would be doing kind of thing. Like I have so much knowledge on that front. Let's just talk about it. Let's work through it. So now Christian and I are working on a new project, which does not have a name yet. So that's why I can't even tell you about it. Because we haven't had the meeting where we talk about it. But I can tell you that from RTX, there are 2 new podcasts that are going to be coming out. The first one is the one with Christian. I just got back. We haven't had our meeting. It'll happen at some point. The other one is Drunk Pitch with my co-host, Maggie, where the chemistry test podcast episode where AK and Brooke and Drew were in the background of, and J-Lo. J-Lo was also there. I forgot for a second. But J-Lo also like called into the show from like across the room, and then I brought a microphone to him. It was fun. It was very clear that we were drunk, but it was fun. Yeah, that was my RTX. I feel like there's still so much more to say about RTX, and like if people want to hear more about it, you know, let me know. Like I will gladly talk about RTX and my experience, and I'm gonna try and say this stuff without crying, but like I had a blast, and it was awesome. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I full send on everything Christian just said. Maggie like crushed the concept of like podcasting, like not the concept, but you know what I'm saying? Like the everything that you need to be like a good podcaster and a good host. Flying colors. Okay, I am going to change my music. I do apologize. I know people are like, but Kyle, what if you? I'm gonna put on some pop punk because I deserve a little bit of something for my goodbye. I like having something that's like kind of fast paced, high energy. Professional while intoxicated. PWI. That's the one. So we're going to head out. I need a raid message. We're going to raid over to, I'm going to try and keep my, what's it called? My good hopes. My good graces moving on. We're going to raid over to Sarah Weems. But I need a raid message. So I need someone to be funny. Make sure to never publish this VOD, by the way. Thanks. Okay, sure. We could say Christian never needed a call with, no, Big Boys Do Cry, actually. Ooh, we could do Big Boys Do Cry. Why don't we do the Colin Cry? Big Boys Do Cry. And then maybe the high? What do you think about this? Hang on. Copy. What do you think about that? How does that look? I really appreciate all of y'all so much. Like I said earlier, this has been such a hell of a trip, hell of a time. RTX was just perfect. And so much of it was perfect because of folks like you. Most of the people in this chat right now were there, and I appreciate you tremendously. Shit, hang on. One second. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. Here we go. There we go. JJ should never be without the emotes. Forget to say thank you for getting a video with Dan and both of you saying, yeah, oh, of course. Lopez, we both have nothing but the best to say about you. I hope you realize how much you're loved by so many communities. You make every community that you step into such a beautiful place. So thank you for that. Okay. Also, this is on shuffle. I thought it was not on shuffle. Okay. Let's go here. All right, everyone, I got to go because the raid is about to happen. So have a good rest of the night. I might stream tomorrow too, in addition to Monday, but like whatever. Either way, we're going to be hanging out a bunch this week because I'm back. We are so back, baby. I'll see y'all next time.